Just made it. Just come running in. Afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Reading. We're in Reading in Reading. We're Reading in Reading. Weird.
Reading in Reading is something I like
language. To do. But we are here for the 888, the UKPL. Good afternoon. What have you done today, young man?
Not much. Ate some balls, had some sleep, had some food. A bit too much food, to be fair. I'm sat here a bit slumped now. It's a great deal, though.
Hit some balls. Where did you play?
Hertfordshire.
Very nice indeed. Yes, they're advertising at the bar a sports platter, and it's £18 with a drink, and it's 2 sliders, 1 chicken, 1 burger, 3 chicken wings, portion of chips, massive spring roll, and a pie.
And a pie, yeah.
How good's that? Wolfed it down in 7 minutes.
Decent grub.
I've got 7 minutes here. Come on. So good evening, everybody. Welcome to the weekend of UKPL. Reading is underway. This is the Turbo. So this is about a 4.5 hour stream for tonight, all the way through. Good afternoon, good evening, chat box. I'm doing Curtis. Hello. I sent him a winning bet builder the other day. So there we go. How are we doing, Curtis? How are we doing, Ben and everybody else? Preston, Pixie, Carl, Gary. How are we doing? Yes. Oh yeah, last Wednesday. What happened?
Good night. Good night. I don't know. It still feels weird, don't it? But it's settled a bit now. It has settled a bit. But
Did you go to the ground?
no, I didn't. I ended up going around to friends last minute, just watching it there with them. But I tell you what, last sort of 20 minutes, you couldn't. If we were like 2 or 3 up, you could enjoy it. But it was gritty stuff. I tell you that. You're just like edge of your seat, defending for your lives.
You just know you conceded.
Yeah. Well, I thought we were. We thought it was always going to happen.
How does Brennan Johnson get up in the morning and say, "Go, I scored the winner"?
Yeah, he come off his stud, didn't he? He come off his stud. He nicked his stud.
He did not touch him at all.
All right, if you had him first goal scorer, I bet whoever had a bet
I
on
don't
him
even know if
first.
they paid him out. They must have paid out. They must have.
I'm guessing they did, yeah.
But yes, Curtis, your -1 double after overlaying 3 days, won. So well done to you. So here we go. Well done and welcome aboard. This is the first day of 5. We have got the turbo edition tonight of the Voyage, and then the Voyage will be streamed to a champion tomorrow. So good evening, one and all, wherever you may be, whatever you're doing. Hope you're enjoying life.
500 BBs, don't see that very often for the table to start.
Jordan Daniels, evening, gents, playing all week in Reading as the new house needs painting. And I hate painting. Well, at least you've got a new house. Enjoy the new house.
Brave shirt choice from seat 6.
Brave, what is it? Oh, it's an art, was it?
It's Arsenal, ain't it?
Is that a white one, a grey one, pink one? Or is that because of the colours? That's a weird colour.
Yeah, it looks like not their emblem. It's like a cannon, is it? I could be
It's
wrong.
not Real Madrid,
It might not be an Arsenal strip.
Is it Real Madrid?
It could be. If it's Real Madrid, I like the choice.
That's a Gunners, that, isn't it?
That's what I thought.
It's
Maybe it's one of these like special edition kits. Maybe it's Arsenal brave choice this stage of the season. Unfortunate for them.
Did they not finish second?
Yeah, what do you get for second? You don't get anything for second.
Champions League football.
Everyone laughed at Spurs.
Same as 17th.
Yeah, exactly. Same as 17th. But we got a trophy to go alongside ours. And I don't even think it's a debate. There's that debate going around: whose season would you rather have? Obviously ours. European trophy, Champions League football.
Is he still going to be there next year?
I'm not sure. I hope he is. I think he. I'd
deserve it.
Yeah, exactly that.
First trophy in 17 years.
I know. Not just any trophy, but like a decent one.
Do you know you've only won 1 trophy since I've been doing GKPTs?
I know.
One trophy, that was it.
That's it.
So we are on the UKPL all week. We'll give you the schedule very shortly. Jay donated.
I only actually donated 1 bullet. I felt like I was fine-tuned yesterday. A lot of enjoyed.
And as
playing.
always, gets in front.
To be fair, aces versus kings in 6 card ain't too. We're probably like 55% there. So
Yeah, but you had it a lot last year.
yeah, I know it happens. It is what it is.
That one last year when you won. What did you last year? The year before? When you were at 27 off the money. 27 from a bracelet. And the big one.
And the 10k, yeah.
And
Aces
then-
versus kings in 4 cards, yeah, for all the chippies. That was a brutal one.
Yeah, there's me scurrying down the corridor to go and room for Jay, and he's walking the other way. I'm like, oh, but I better not say anything.
Always this year.
It is. So the UKPL for this week. There it is. That's the schedule. The normal schedule for a 560 main event. High roller going on. We've got the main event starting as well. We've got the Voyage Day 2 tomorrow from 12 o'clock. The satellites going on, plus plenty of side events as well. So come and join in the fun here in Reading.
Yeah, got chip counts for yesterday coming up after this hand as well.
They all started with 50.
No, yesterday's chip counts.
Yes, they did.
3-bet pot here, 500 big blind poker. Only for 15 minutes though. As Jack 9 deuce rolls off, David flops the gutter. His Queen of Phillips still in front. Looks like he's taking his option to continue. A quite interesting one at 500 deep here. I'm guessing there's definitely some raising going on for David with this hand. King, Queen, Diamond, fold out some ace highs, maybe some like 8s through 3s. Just in with a call, takes his price. And what a turn for action. Top pair for Bose. Philip slightly out kicking David. Does go for the knuckle back, not wanting to get check raised at this stack depth could be the idea.
80 diamonds on the river. Should just be a call.
It depends on size. It's not the nicest here. Ace Queen as Philip. Maybe he feels price is too good. Don't expect that 1600 to come back. But gonna see with one hand we actually do beat.
That was it. That was it. Results. There we go. Entry 74 yesterday, 17 making it through. Good night. GN 735. There's not many names on there I recognise.
No, there's
No,
not.
isn't it? You get down to Ryan. We know Ryan Seeley, Ben Miller, Mark Wackrell from years gone by.
Jordan Daniels from the chat
Jordan
box.
Daniels in the chat. That's why he's in the chat so early. Wants to see his name in lights. 211,000. We start with 50.
Ben Miller.
So not too bad. And Sophia Osborne as well. Well done, Sophia, for making it through with 60. And a couple of blinds. So yes, 17 making it through from 74. Not bad at all. But nice stack up top. 735. Must have battered the tables.
Philip here, Jack 9 suited, gonna open.
I think 20% of the chips in play now. From last night. That's big.
Yeah, that's decent stack to have.
Big, by the way.
So Brave goes with 3-bet here. I actually really like this sizing, going near 4x. One with 500 big blinds deep, want to go bigger. And then these sort of suited combos, like when you're playing 100, 200 bigs, fines getting there, 500. It's a realm I doubt many people look at, but I'm guessing a lot of free betting going on with all sorts. As the 10 rolls off on the turn. So, yeah, gonna look to spring the check raise here, but vibe here with a nice hand just to knuckle back again. And now as Philip, you're expecting a lot of ace queen, ace jack in there, maybe some queens and jacks that check twice. We're gonna have to go for our value here and now on the river. And potential to get paid by 10x. Not provided checks this back twice.
Any luck so far?
Looks like he's going to pay. See the bad news up against the Jack 9 suited.
What about Kate Swift yesterday?
I saw, yeah.
Flies into Vegas.
Swifty.
Gets straight on the Deuce bus, straight down to Golden Nugget.
On the what? Sorry, on the what bus?
The Deuce.
The Deuce. I've never heard of it.
I know you've never been on the Deuce.
I've never been on the Deuce.
I know for sure. The Deuce.
I don't.
Called the Deuce because
It's a double-decker
it's
bus.
$2 to get on it.
Ah,
And you
okay.
can travel anywhere for $2.
Anywhere in Vegas.
But it's not $2 anymore.
Oh, okay.
When they first introduced it, it was called the Deuce because it was $2.
Is it the one bus
It's
now?
now 10.
Is it the 10 bus?
So yeah, the Deuce. Get the Deuce straight down the strip, all the way down to downtown. Drops you outside the Golden Nugget. He's played the opening grand stack with a added value of a $1,200 seat into the Golden Air, and she won it
Lovely.
for 10 grand.
Great start.
What a start! Straight off the plane.
And as Tao says, form game, so potential.
Straight off the plane. straight down to Golden Nugget, wins the comp for $10,000 plus a seat into the Golden Air. So well done, Katie. I think she's out with her sister. I think Debbie's gone as well, plus obviously others. But well done, what a start that is.
Nines and Martin out in front here. Just chooses to flat from the small blind. Going to pick up this continue from Mukesh. I think of Mukesh here, just need to be done with the hand. Maybe some turns we barrel on. Some nines, some eights, but I feel like the rest of the deck just going to be knuckling back. We'll have the opportunity to go for some value here. Really nice spot to value bet. Misses out. Just never got a queen or a 10 there, Martin. Just going to have a lot of these middle or flop bottom pairs, maybe some pocket pairs in there. Could have gone for some value on the end. What are you playing out there, Tara, other than the main event? Or is it more of a holiday other than the main?
No.
Not much poker.
No. I'm gonna play probably more than I would normally do. So I'm gonna look at the schedules, find out when I'm going. Probably play at the Orleans. The Orleans had the biggest one-day comp they've ever had on Sunday. The one that's off the strip.
Yeah.
No, the 200. I think it was the 300.
What? That's a one-dayer?
No, they had a one-day on Sunday.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because obviously they've got their summer series coming up. They had a one-day on Sunday, and it was their biggest ever $300 comp. It was 25 grand to winner. So they took a lot of money. So yeah, I shall look at the schedules. Maybe not the mini main, because that's a couple of days before the main event.
Yeah, need to be in the lab.
Need to. I'll be studying. I've texted all my mates. Helmuth's going to, we're having a private lesson with Mr. Phil Helmuth. I'm going to see him. Phil Ivy says if I come along, he'll give me 10 minutes. But, yeah, we'll might put something together. Just have a few days, some practicing.
Tony's gone for some hairdo. I've waited, he's left his,
I tell you
his
what,
double bass at home.
That is some more weekend.
That is some hairdo, that.
I've only got a bit left. Can you just leave it on for us? That's a cracker.
Yeah, so interesting hand here. It's like we're playing limit. Bet 600 on the flop, raise to 12, call. Turn goes bet 600, raise to 12, call.
That's brilliant.
600 again, anyone?
He's doing it again. No, he's going to make it bigger.
Bluffing.
3K.
Yeah, well, 3K, pretty juicy. 9 high here. Bet the flop, call the raise. Bet the turn, call the raise. Like Queen X of Hearts, it makes sense. Something like that. We think this is a customer that's going to find enough bluffs. There are a lot of bluffs out there. You've got 5-6 suited, you've got Jack 9, you've got 8-6. These are all up, double gutted or up and down. 8-9s up and down.
Yeah, she's going to find a nice little call there with a 10.
A nice find on the river. Don't forget, guys, as well, Goliath,
Oi, oi.
if you want to get into that for cheap. So many buttons. Tonight on Stars, guaranteed seats, satellite, 12 seats guaranteed on Stars if you want to get them for cheap.
Half an hour. 30 minutes time, 8 o'clock.
They're going to be good value, those sats, so check it out. 12 seats guaranteed this evening.
Yep.
25 minutes, as Tower just said.
Yeah, the 4door 40s are running a lot more now to get into the 22s.
2 million estimated prize pool for that one.
The closer we get, everybody wants to play a satellite. The day before Goliath. Why has there been no satellites on?
The best one's the holding tanks all year. When we tell everyone to get in the holding tanks, make sure you're there.
Yeah.
We've been doing it for years, and a week before Goliath, I can't get in. All the holding tanks are full.
So 12 seats guaranteed tonight on bookstores for Goliath. What we see in Cov.
With the aces, raises the 5, called in 2 spots.
Seven, 5, 7 flop.
See going small. And over. Not this year, unfortunately, Neil. Just on Poker Stars, where you can get into the Goliath for cheap.
Right.
Turbo action this evening, everyone. 4 hours of play, 2 breaks in between that, so finishing up probably close to midnight, and then back for a full day. Day 2 of the voyage tomorrow. That's why Eve opens from gun, been very active. If no one's doing anything about it, don't see no reason not to be active in these early stages.
Tell him you, jackpot, tell him you what you saw it on stream, take a screenshot and say, can I have this please? Not a bad turn card for Martin. Sign 6.
And the raise here and beating any value as by even of people bluffing this early stages. They just hero fold the top pair here and now and lose minimum. Nice laydown.
Have you seen that guy on social media when he's given the guy the haircut to follow, and he's got he's getting him a picture off his phone.
Yeah.
And he's telling him, can I have that haircut?
I haven't seen it.
So he's getting him that haircut. And obviously he's got this, he turns around, there's a triangle inside of his head. And it's all shaped and it all looks beautiful. He's got this triangle inside of his head. He went, what's this? What's this triangle inside of your head? Showed him the picture. It's the play button on his phone. And he's done it into his hair. He's done it into his hair.
I haven't seen that.
He's got a little play button on the thing. Oh, brilliant. Okay, are Stars 200 seats win only for Goliath, or can they be used as credit? I think they're just Goliath tickets, I'll confirm that. Because obviously when Grosvenor run the live event credits, that just goes down as live event credit. And then if you don't use Goliath seats, I'm not sure if they will turn into credit onto your Stars account when Goliath has finished if you've not used tickets. That will have to get confirmed, but we'll get your information this weekend. Stay tuned and we'll give you loads of information regarding what you do with your unused tickets if you get a multiple amount.
Yeah, news straight in. So the first ticket has to be used as a Goliath seat, but if you win multiple tickets on Stars, and the second, third, fourth, so on, can be used as credit.
Where'd you get that info from?
I'll
tell you what, you've been doing your homework.
Yeah, this is it.
You've been doing your homework. That's the question.
You think I'll just turn up at 7:20 for work tower and there's nothing else that goes on behind the scenes?
Yeah, well, you turned up that early today. You had enough time. You had enough time to eat.
I thought we was doing our FPL picks for
Tomorrow.
Yeah, we're doing it tomorrow.
We're doing it tomorrow. I've been in the lab. We're not doing a free for all one pick American player.
We're not doing that.
No.
No, I don't need that.
No.
I'm happy with
Who
the
would
5
you have
race.
picked?
What my one
Wild card.
My one wild card would have to be someone that goes for Player of the Year. So I think Dean Eggs would have been a good shout. Who would you have gone with?
Dean Eggs. Well, I came up with Scott Seaver.
Seaver's not a bad shout. Another one that goes for Player of the Year. Chris Brewer's actually another good shout. Like these ones that all go for Player of the Year every year are the ones.
Yeah, obviously Ivy's going to be up there as well, isn't he?
I don't think Ivy will be because I don't
You know-
think he goes for Player of the Year. He hasn't done in years because he just plays the bigger stuff. But like you have like Seaver flicking in 56 bullets in the all-in flip and go to try and make day 2 to try and get some points for Player of the Year.
Yeah. So it's just the Brits yet again for us. 5 players.
That includes Scottish.
That's British.
They don't like being associated with us, some of them. That's why. It's,
If I said British, I'd try and cover it all.
no, I've got my picks. I've actually got 10, so I can
10?
just in case you somehow pick the 5.
I only know 5.
Oh, you only know 5 British players. There you go. You'll be struggling. You'll be choosing people like Roland the Wolf last pick.
Are we looking at my notes?
Yeah. So we've got aces here for David.
Luke Swartz was in Dublin.
Yeah, he was. I think Luke's another one that will play like some events, but maybe more cash game based over there. So I don't think he'd be someone that goes for Player of the Year. That's the important thing. You're looking for players that are gonna. I've got first pick this year, so I've already got a massive advantage because I just get to pick the guy from the UK that finishes top in Player of the Year race for the UK basically every year.
I think they cocked up there.
But to be fair, actually, I'm not going to say just in case you've not thought of him second, but there is someone else that last year actually had 3 weeks off, but then weren't played for the rest of the summer. But I think this year they're there for the whole summer. So
No, you've got another one on me there.
John Hesp. You can have him, Sal. It's all right. You can have him.
I think I cocked up giving you an automatic first pick. Though.
Yeah, I think you did.
Still not confirmed that yet. It's in the steward's room at the minute. Did you see the fantasy team that Dean Eggs ran? The 25k one?
I don't think
When
so.
you get $200 to spend on all your players.
Yeah.
You know the player, obviously you're picking his first.
Yeah.
Do you know what he went for?
No.
What would you guess at?
What, $200? How many players do you get?
8.
8 at $200. So, what, $25 average player? So I reckon he was probably like $50.
Oh, just tell everybody who we're on about.
Benny Glazer.
Benny Glazer went for $99 out of 200.
Okay. Yeah.
$99 he went for.
That's ridiculous. It was like Haaland this season for the FPL. He was 15 million to buy out of your budget FPL this season. Haaland.
And I don't think he was that good, was he? Well, he was out 8 weeks as well.
He had a storm at the start of the season. Then ever since he had that riffraff with Arteta and Arteta put an ancient Spanish curse on him, his season just went downhill.
Yeah, Benny Glazer went for $99 out of 200. Bonkers.
Scratch up.
Yeah, little scratch. Dan Knapp making it through today from day one here. Very nice indeed. He won't stop talking about it yesterday. It's a good achievement.
Ace 10 suited. Makesh into the mark. 250 bigs effective. Closing the action. Would have been getting involved there as Makesh for sure. This deep. Leaves room for David. Let's have a look with the 6-7 suited.
King out of flop. King 8-4.
Third pot continues. Seems nice from Philip here. I think actually when we get to this stack depth as well, we could potentially already start sizing up thinking about playing for it all on rivers, but in general, King High Rainbow, 3-bet coup, going to be around third. Inconspicuous double gut shot now for David. There's Philip here, just going to want to go for another street. So I'll get some King Queen, King Jack. Let's give David a nice price to have a look at one more. Thought we might be sizing up turn here as Philip. Maybe wanting to keep some 8x in there.
8 of spades just along the river. If there is any 8x out there.
Yeah, I'll just go for another street here as Philip. It just looks like our opponent has a lot of King X. No, we can see he's got one of these draws, but we want to target the worst King X holdings. 7 high. Only one thing that's going to do.
In the bin.
We could jam. Hard to have an 8 though. But maybe against that small turn size we can have some 8x, but like it's better if the 8 and 4 were swap suits and 8x of hearts is real, then we can more credibly rep an 8, although no sort of pair and flush draw that get there in the form of trips, so hard for David to credibly rep an 8 here. Basically saying we call third pot with third pair on the turn. And then Richie Bird up.
Oh, doing Richie, congratulations, Scunthorpe United.
Oh, I thought you was going to say the main team. European champions.
Scunthorpe United. Back into the National Conference. Instead of the Conference North or whatever it was. Well done. And all the... See, Walsall cocked up.
Yeah, we said that.
Absolutely cocked up. I said Sheffield United wouldn't win the playoffs as well. That was a good lay.
I watched that game. They deserved to win it.
Oh,
But they were
so
all over them.
Sunderland that literally just like snatched it off and like pinched it out of them. It was so good, Sheffield United. And how that goal was disallowed, I'll never know. Not second. But it is what it is. If your team went to Wembley and got promoted, congratulations.
You've seen the prices already though for the relegation.
Really?
Yeah, like it's just, I think it's 7-2. Maybe it's Wolves that are the one below the 3 that are relegated. But it's like 1-3, 1-3. Like they're all odds on to go down. All them 3.
And Wolves have just got rid of Kuna.
Yeah. So and Wolves are like 7-2. I think as like the fourth team, like out of the 3 that have just gone promoted. But I was looking at the prices today.
Yeah, they've just got rid of the star man.
This talks of Sané going to Spurs.
Who?
Leroy Sané.
Who's he?
Sané.
He used to play for Liverpool.
No, he used to play for City.
Man City?
Yeah, with the curly
It
hair.
was Sané played for Liverpool, wasn't it?
That's Mane.
Mane. That's Mane.
There'll be some problems here for John. Oh no, he's not raised, has he? He has gone for raise. The old top pair raise. Going to get us in trouble. Maybe with the idea of checking back turn to sort of control the pot could be what he's thinking. Well, on this particular turn anyway, should always be checking. Forget should. Goes for a second barrel here. 2k, giving Esmail a nice price on the call, but the King Queen of Esmail just into the muck there, and the Queen 10 probably thought they had the best hand, but getting a better hand to fold. Combination is booked in Udinese, ready for the Super Cup. Just going to be just Champions League next season, Richie Berloff. Back where we belong.
Unbelievable. 17th.
22 games.
Never happen again, that.
We lost 22 games in the Premier League.
It'll never happen again, that. 22 games lost in a league season. Finishes 17th, 4th bottom, and qualify for Champions League.
Really?
Shouldn't be allowed.
We concentrate on the cup. We could
There should be stipulations.
We could have finished top 4 if we wanted to.
If you're that bad, you shouldn't be allowed to be in the Champions League to make a fool of yourself the year after.
Well, what about if Millwall went and turned Man United over in the FA Cup 15 years ago? Millwall would have been in the Championship playing in the Europa League.
Ridiculous.
Well, I'm just saying you can't say it about Spurs when it happens to everyone. Wigan years ago as well, another one.
Bonkers it is.
Exactly. It's been the rule for years. It's just never happened in this scenario before.
Right.
No one was moaning the year when Spurs didn't get fourth place because Chelsea won the Champions League under Di Matteo.
That's true.
We weren't moaning for weeks and weeks. Just got on with it.
Is that when Chelsea scored the quickest goal in FA Cup against Middlesbrough? That was Di Matteo, wasn't it? About 17 seconds or something, wasn't it? They literally kicked off and run straight, and then Di Matteo volleyed one straight over keeper's head.
I think I remember the goal. I don't know what competition it was in, but I was talking about when he was managing, not playing on Di Matteo.
Good player.
So low board for Lopez, no sets for anyone, but sixes of Martin just nudges the lead.
Hearts are playing with the King of Hearts turn.
Both probably looking for showdown here.
Ace of Clubs River.
I was saying that, yeah, well, like, think of Phil's range when he calls bets 5-3-3. He's going to have a lot of ace-x, so potentially going to try and knock out some 5x of Martin, some pocket pairs. I'd go for 2600. Tough call to make with just sixes here as Martin. But we got a non-believer. And he is spot on.
Very nice. Yeah, rules is rules, I understand that. So 8 o'clock, 12 seats guaranteed. Try and keep you updated with the news. The 12 seats guaranteed on PokerStars tonight for Goliath. If you have multiple tickets, you can use all the tickets for side events as well as Goliath buy-ins as well. So the turbo flight is what we're concentrating on. Around about 4 hours on the stream. And tomorrow we will have the final of this. Concentrating all the way through crowning a champ.
It is 9. 9. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no problem.
Ace King 3. Tony has the raise up. Let's knock out the Queen High on the ace high board.
Nothing. The guy C1 filmed it, and yeah, nothing happened. He went to raise and
I hope Chelsea don't win tonight.
Do we think Chelsea win tonight while they're playing?
They've got the Conference League final, ain't they?
Conference League. Oh my
Yeah.
God, they're still playing in Europe.
They got Real Betis. They're about to become the only team to win UEFA, Champions and Conference.
Oh,
Yeah.
raise 22.
that's excellent, doing.
It does. Why
To
even?
be really good, and then rubbish, and win a trophy in all three.
I know, yeah.
It's Interesting. I never even knew there were a match on tonight. Have we got time to do a bet builder?
4 minutes.
4 minutes. Curtis, get ready. Curtis, get ready.
So three-way action here. Pretty loose pill from Philip, closing the action. Highly likely to be dominated here. I think this one should just hit the muck. And now Vaib over pair 9 high board should just be happy to continue, and I can't really see an avenue in which this hand continues from here. King high and king high should just both be let go. That was before my time, Richie. The Cup Winners' Cup.
Yes, so that's what it used to be called.
Is that not just a charity shield?
Cup Winners' Cup was like... No, Cup Winners' Cup was like every team that won the FA Cup.
Yeah,
in their own league, in their own country. Aberdeen won it. Tottenham, you won it, didn't you?
Yeah, but
Aberdeen won it. So there's loads of winners in the Cup Winners' Cup. Because we did the European Cup and the Cup Winners' Cup, and that was it. Because the Cup Winners' Cup used to have like
all the best teams in.
European Cup had just the winners of the leagues. So it started with like 8 teams.
Yeah, Vaib's actually on one, opening probably like 50% plus since we started today. No one's doing anything about it. If no one's doing anything about it, just continue going about your day and opening wider than most, because people aren't going to free bet. As I say that, it looks like Tony has finally had enough. Does bump it up here. Really small here from Tony. Want to be going larger. Want to deter calls. Like we're just going to be going 5-way now with 5s. Like when it goes open, call. Need to probably be in the 5k remit, 5k. 2.2 just way too small. Just going to get so many calls from anything suited. They're just going to take their price and see free. But free bet pop, 6-way, turbo in Reading.
I like it.
And it's Esmail who likes the flop the best. Top pair, second nut flush draw. And Tony's going to continue into field in a free bet coup. Continues into 5 players here. And do you know what? If I'm sat there with like ace, jack of spades, I'm just sending it into the muck, because Tony should only really be continuing here when he's got a hand. Like we're not really going to have any bluffs into 5 players other than specifically maybe a high equity hand like ace, king, ace of diamonds, something along those lines. But just as soon as we start going 4, 5, 6-way on this occasion, that c-bet's frequency just needs to tone down relentlessly. So important. Wow, but the king jack, there you go. Even Esmail, sort of how I'd feel this here. It just looks so strong from Tony when he bets into field, and the king jack, king of diamonds into the mark. Off it goes. I didn't expect that one to fold.
Watching on Facebook. Valerie, how are you doing, Val? Watching on Facebook. Is YouTube not open?
How you doing, Val?
Oh, YouTube's not on. I better go and tell the guys.
Oh, yeah.
Better get PK on the case. So we'll sort that out, Valerie. Who's watching on Facey?
Vaib now had the trio, queens, kings and aces, set complete. Haven't even been playing in 45 minutes yet. All top 3 primos. First session of the turbo. Getting some action from the kings, but Just do expect it to be that. Goes for a sneaky little check over to Martin. Trying to make it look like has some ace-king. He on the turn. Does give Martin a gut shot with the jack-9.
2.5. Call.
There's a call. And 8 pairs.
Well, so it is. YouTube is on.
Perfect.
Let's go to the actual YouTube chat box. How are we doing, everyone? Mr. Go. Sean, Mr. Go wants a giveaway. Sean Hennessy, welcome.
YouTube is on, but it's not connected to our thing, so we'd have to go to YouTube itself, which is what Jay is doing.
How are we doing, JG Poker? Stuart Noyce says, what a job to have, though. Follow and commentate on poker. Eat at the G. Dream. Love it. Do you commentate on Cash Game too, guys?
Every now and again. Every now and again. Sorry about everybody who's chatting in the YouTube chat. It wasn't collated into our restream.
DK, no good in the PLO. 14th. Couple off the money. Actually, okay stack, but I'm not folding aces. Pre-flop, unfortunately, even in 6 card. And how are we doing, technician? Welcome, everyone. Tony ace jack of diamonds makes it 900. King queen for John in the big blind here. Makes a call. Nice looking flop for John. Checks it over to Tony here. It's going to continue. Quite a nice one to just call as John here. Like if we have 9s, more inclined to raise, blocking like the ace, unblocking the ace king, king jack type stuff. But when we got a king and a queen in our hand, I think less likely Tony's going to have some of this. Maybe a board he is going to barrel away on, but I guess we will get some value from all this ace 10, ace jack.
Yes, a spade's turn. Good for Tony's thinking this could be a decent turn card, but goes check, check.
Yeah, and after check back on the turn. Good from John, just recognising how our hand's going to be best most of the time. And a quick call from Tony. Sees the bad news.
So good evening everybody in YouTube. Now we've got the chats as we go to open it up. Just the chat that's not coming through, but the pictures are, which is good. We'll try and get on the case with that one. And we'll keep flicking to YouTube just to say hello. We didn't realise that it wasn't coming through. Ah. So you're watching on YouTube and you are chatting on Facebook. Well, that's what you're doing. There's no YouTube chat coming through for us.
Rhea's 25. Fold, fold, fold. Fold, fold, fold.
There we go. Mr. Go is joined. Mr. Go's joined Towers 1% Club.
1% of what?
There we go. Val says, please don't confuse me. I don't know what I'm watching on. I am driving, working away, but now chatting on YouTube, not on Facebook. Welcome aboard. But we'll get PK on the case on why it's not coming through to us. It's coming through for everybody, so there's no problems for anybody at all. It's just that we normally have all 3 chat boxes together, but tonight we don't. So we'll get on the case for that. But the pictures are all same. Everything is good. Hope everybody's well. Hope the traffic's not too bad. On a sunny sunny Wednesday evening in Edinburgh. Here's 7-9 flop. Top and bottom for Martin. Top pair, decent kicker for Jack. And the unders for Tony. Check call, Tony gets out of the way. Martin checks the turn of the Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, nice from Martin. Just one of these boards that Jack's going to barrel on all this, like King Jack, King 10, Jack 10. Going to be barreling this card, so just keep giving him the road, but it's a horrible river. They're going to end up chopping this up. And 9x of spades available for Martin. Jack, maybe 6k.
6.
Yeah, so maybe just the function to get our opponent off a chop here. Not much Queen X once he calls slop, so we're not getting called by a 7. So that's all this probably is here from Jack, trying to target an ace to fold off of a chop, and does exactly that.
Yeah, he has. Very one for chop. Welcome aboard. The voyage is on UKPL. Back with the 888 guys.
That is right, Mr. Goat. It's £105 a unit, is it? Is
Correct.
it not? Yeah, £105.
5.
Gives you 1% of 10 million, is it?
10 mil, they reckon. Estimated 10 million.
There's Mel with the 6s. Linton. Right. We continue the ascent. Ace Jack makes it 2100. Sixes of his mouth. Gonna look at 3.
King, Queen, 3. 2 hearts.
Yeah, just gonna be vibes. Pot, nice board to see bet here with the Ace Jack, and already in your mind you're going to be running a lot of barrels in this particular board, but not needing to. 6 is just out of the way.
Evening, Roy. Mr. Roy Cyphers, how's things? How was your holidays down at Forest Pines? 4.
Hello, Roy. Oh, how am I getting on in the golf league? Any
Do you know what? I ain't checked for a long time.
changes?
I ain't checked for a long time, Roy.
I'm
just tell us where we are in the league, Roy, please.
Just give me my money.
We don't need the points.
Just give me the money in Blackpool in November, Roy. That's fine.
We don't need the points. Have we got Will Zalatoris?
I don't know. I've got Shoffley. That's it.
Who?
Zander.
Xander?
Yeah.
Playing as good as you at the minute.
Ah, I'm playing well at the moment.
Well.
So is Zander playing well?
No.
Oh, okay. Kev says, C8 Jack is a young lad that came second to me when I landed the trophy that I sleep with for Turbo at least.
Oh, brilliant. Love it.
That was one of the best pictures ever. Just winners picture, side event Turbo. It was like he just won the WSOP main. And like everyone in the casino was in the picture.
It was good.
Nice looking turn for Mikesh. Another barrel for cheap, so he does keep Tony in. Oh, Tony gets sticky with just third pair. Looks like he's going to. Quick call. Bet East 1, Chelsea 0, says Richie Burner.
There we go. Easy game. Bet it's 1-0.
How you doing, Ian? Ian Needleman tuning in whilst watching the cup final.
Nice one. Last football of the year. Or of the season, shall we say.
Done well to get there, passing those teams from Moldova, Liechtenstein and San Marino.
Oh, here he comes. Here he comes.
Oh, I've moved up a spot in the league, Roy. I remember last time I was second bottom.
I'm 29th. I was 7th. I don't know what happened. I was 7th. I was flying. I'm now 29th.
We got to do FPL next year, haven't we? Couple of months, have our team set and have a running season FPL. I think maybe all of us can get involved as a team. And
Sounds good. Sam will be up for it. No doubt about that.
says Mal.
29th. That's shocking. What happened to all my players? They all quit.
What do you mean? I'm 51st.
Yeah, but you were 52nd. I was 7th when you were 52nd. I'm now 29th because all my players have quit for the year. And you moved up a spot. Shocking performance from my team. I did get one of my players though in the one that whoever won the last one. I had Bryson DeChambeau each way, I think, in his lucky 15.
He didn't win the last one, did he?
He came second.
Yeah.
Lucky 15 each way.
Oh, okay.
Each way lucky 15. I don't know what price it was. But we must have some rolling over. Have we got 2 out of 2 on any of their bets, Roy? I think there were 50 of us. And 25p each way lucky 15. And there were something like 10 people had Rory in the first one.
Yeah.
And whoever won the second one. Who won the second one? Can't remember who won the who won the second.
So Jack with the Scotties up here, called in 2 spots. Esmail with the King 10 suited wants to have a look, and David going duck hunting, closing the action.
5-5 ace flop.
Probably one Jack's just going to see bet small, Queen of Spades in hand, blocking some continues of our opponents, and pitcher's going to have the strongest ace-x, not much 5x out there. The opponent's range in a 3-bet coup. Just 2 quick folds. Oh, it was funny, I didn't tell you this. So obviously Europa League final, when we were in Ireland, the quarter final, I had a side bet with Keith who would go further in Europa League this year. It's Man U Spurs. Leon go 4-2 up, I send Keith Littlewood a message going like, pay me, thanks for the bet, all this, and then obviously what happens, he goes, thank you Jay, I love you Mr. Bob. It gets to the 85th minute of the Spurs game, he texts me going, say something Jay. 5 minutes later, just please say something, ... I just kept my mouth shut, I didn't send him a message, and then as soon as the final whistle went, I was on my phone ready to message him, but he was going, please say something Jay, just say something.
Love it. Love it. Hey dear.
What night though, it's just one of them, just feels strange. No one can make the running jokes no more.
That's it.
Arsenal is more a thing now, surely. Active table here, in the turbo. Usually what you find, people that will have their last chance to bag for day 2.
The ace of spades on the turn, check mark for David. It's in top pair on the turn. Nobody else has anything.
Just 2 folds as it is. How we doing, Magical Jarrett? Katie did do well in Vegas.
Yes, first game, $400, straight in, won 10 grand. Very nice indeed. Roy Cypher says we've got 2 Yankees rolling onto the US Open. We need either Bryson or Morikawa. Oh, that'd be nice to get 3. That'd be some. That'd be. Good. A couple of pints out that one, Roy. If we have Bryson or Morikawa coming in. Southern California tuning in. The old kamikaze boogie. How are we doing? Says hello, the UK. Southern California, enjoying your show. Thanks, kamikaze.
Always think of Worms Armageddon when ever hear that word.
What, Southern California?
No, kamikaze.
Kamikaze.
You ever play that game?
Worms?
Worms.
No.
Used to have 2 teams of worms. Used to use weapons to get the other team, and whoever's worm survived won the round. But there was a move called kamikaze in it. That's all. You don't hear that
If
word.
I was thinking of a game with kamikaze in it, I'd be thinking of Lemmings. Because they just jump off cliffs.
Sorry, what?
Lemmings.
I don't.
You never heard of Lemmings?
No.
Have you not?
Nah. I don't need to know either.
Southern California. What a place to be. Down at Santa Barbara. Very nice indeed. Living it up at the Hotel California. Does anybody know what hotel that actually was?
Travel Lodge?
In California, yeah. Living it up at the Hotel California. Was it even a real hotel? I'm actually just putting it out there because I actually do not know. It's got to be, hasn't it? One of the most famous songs in the entire world.
So, glimpse all around here. Quite an interesting one for John here. On first glance, maybe looks like an ISO, but kind of nice to keep some suited stuff we dominate in. Cool.
This is it. 6-way to the flop. How's a 5 dudes looking? Flops a 5. David flopping best with the jack.
Up and down for Rakesh. Not much else going on for anyone else. John and Esmel both from middle pair. Tony and Martin with the whiff. David just coming out betting with his top pair. And Rakesh up and down, not going anywhere. John wants to see a turn card. Martin will relinquish. It's instant service for Rakesh on the turn, and both David and John pick up a draw to go with their pair. Rakesh just going to start firing now with the turn nut straight, not wanting this one to check through, let his opponents have a freebie. Surely this is where we lose John. Got to understand when we go 6-way to the flop, there's a bet and 2 calls. The ranges should be fairly condensed to strong holdings. David going to meet the call with his up and down to go alongside his top pair. Won't want to see a deuce or a jack.
Check in the dark. Yeah, check in the dark.
Cash 2200 top pair against this size. Going to be difficult to fold as David. He does correctly get out the way. It's a good lay down that, getting that price.
It is. Mr. Ghost says, I'm in the 1% club, any idea how I pay? We'll sort that over the weekend. We'll give you all details. PK is working on it all weekend this week. And Brandon says, hello my lovelies, we'll see you soon. Played last night and won £560 seat plus 88 quid. And was happy it came 6th. Nice one, Brandon. See you soon. Joe Brooks says, Corey Connors for the US Open. That's his tip. Nice one, Joe.
He nearly had a win the other day. Nearly had a win. He was leading, and I don't know what happened last few hours, but he was leading with a few to play last round, and not sure where he come, but.
And it's Sandra tuned into Brandon's. I see.
Corey,
nice one, Sandra.
Corey Connors is the tip for the Open.
Canadian.
Yeah?
Corey Connors. Be a big price. I bet if you got an exchange now, it'd be 50s plus. Rowan Wise it. Not a love for Mr. Wise.
3, 1.3. Pass.
Now, with the Open, Jack wants to look with the 10-8.
Can't be on the phone, pal.
Not low for us now, so I guess we're always betting, always folding out better hands when we get it through. Goes chunky, 3K, big old size. Against small here, perhaps some check raises going on as Jack, but against this pot size bet, nothing we can do with 10 high. Hits the muck.
John with pocket threes. Says call the 500.
Hello, everybody. Is it right? Or
Check. That's 11. Cool. Pass.
10 to 10. Here's a flop. 25 mistake. Martin, great flop to see.
Check.
Start betting as John only really beating flush draws, just out the way with the freeze. Not going to be able to withstand the heat. The second barrel on the river correctly folds. I don't know the break schedule on this tower, is it?
I think it's
So-
8. Is it? I don't know.
2 hours break, 2 hours, right? No?
I have no idea. What do we know?
16 levels, 15-minute level, I'll make that 4 hours.
Yeah. Is it 8 levels and that's it?
No, it's not 8 levels and done. That would mean we're 2 hours and done. We should be playing 4 hours, so
6 break, 6 break, 4.
Ah, because it's end of late reg after 12.
Fair enough. Okay.
End of late reg after 12, isn't
Right.
it? So 6, 6, 4.
So that means we're on break in 25 minutes for the first session, coming to a close.
Pass. Raise. 1.5.
Is Isco still playing? Didn't even realise he played for Betis. Isco. You remember Isco? Used to be at Madrid,
I
didn't
used,
he?
to, I used to go to discos.
I guess it's just the same in Spain as it is in the UK. When they get to like their 30s, they just go to a worse team in the league, like Milner at Brighton right now.
He's never still playing.
Yeah, Milner's still playing.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
He hasn't been on the team sheet all year.
Yes, he scored this year, I think, for Brighton, didn't he? He's been,
Brighton?
Yeah, he's been a main figure in that Brighton squad.
No way.
Yes, he has.
Not having that.
Bellerin's there as well. There you go. This is it. As soon as they get to 30s, they just go to like the mid-table clubs.
Bellerin. Didn't he play for Arsenal?
Yep.
Weren't he rubbish?
He was all right, Bellerin. Another one as well. You got Danny Murphy now, haven't you? He's back at.
Danny Murphy? He's taking over from Gary Lineker, isn't he?
I was trying to think of someone you knew that might raise the eyebrows.
That did. So the guarantee has been hit and passed with 59 players in the turbo. Well done, one and all. The 50k guarantee has gone.
So you. Three.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? Huh?
Good numbers in the turbo.
Yep. It is indeed. It's not been bad at all. Not been bad at all. Guarantee hit. Well done, one and all. Bell.
Bellerin.
It's okay. Don't play again. Let's see you call it.
So 15-minute levels, 6 levels until the first break in play. So around about half an hour's time. Six levels and a break, 6 levels and a break, and then 4, because the end of level 12 is the end of Baines.
It's too late, Sandra.
Too late.
Brandon's already told us it was him that come 6th place. We're not
Yeah.
believing you now.
Yeah. You got to be nice to Sandra.
We know it's you, Sandra. We know it's
You
you.
got to be nice to
I
Sandra.
know, she brings the cakes in.
It's Reading, and there's an empty cake box in her house somewhere.
Raise 12. Pass.
12 from Jack. Any action from Stuart in the big blind? Don't mind defending this deep with this one. 8-4 suited.
There's King 7.
And I think I'd just literally be tripling here as Jack with a 7. Blocking like all the hands that can call down. Our opponent's never got aces, kings or ace king. So when we got a 7, we block 7s, king 7 and ace 7. Some of those just hands that can call a triple barrel. So I think in mind, one we could be barreling off with. Oh no, what have I done? Jay, I believe an apology is in order. What have I done?
Well,
Are you a Man U fan? I'm sorry if you're a Man U fan. No, he's not. He's Newcastle.
Newcastle United, isn't it? It's done, isn't it?
Dan Oliver,
I
yeah.
can't remember his exact wording, but he said, he did tell everybody he'd win a trophy in his second season. That's what he said. He told everybody, I will win a trophy in my second season.
This is it.
And he did.
It's going to be one of the coldest football quotes for years.
Yeah, unbelievable. And still looks like getting the boot. Just to be fair, 22 games defeat.
Well, this is it, Tal. Like, if this is how good a manager he is, if he actually set out for the league, we probably would have finished second, but we knew we were never going to beat Liverpool. So it was pointless coming second in the Premier League. So we thought we'd just put all our resources into Europa League, get into the Champions League that way, win a bit of silverware, that's it is. But if he put all his resources into the Premier League, we probably would have come second.
It's true. Absolutely right.
What'd you get for second?
Not a lot.
Exactly.
Apart from about 100 million for finishing second.
You don't get anything, no winners' medal, no trophy. Might as well win the Europa League instead. Guess not going for value here on the river. I feel like John's never got a 10 once he raises his turn, then chucks it over to us, so could have gone for some value. Chelsea are under it.
Last level of Day 1B is underway live in the club. Day 1B having 96 runners. They're down to 19. So 96 good turnout. I think it was 97 yesterday and 17 making it through. So that's ringing true again. Chelsea are under it, getting battered. As long as it's only 1-0, they'll be alright. Just need Madeki to have a shot on target in first half. That's all we need.
Madaweki, is it not?
Is it? Is it not just Madeki?
No, Madaweki.
Aces for John in 5.
It's not aces. First session. Let's see what size he chooses here.
3.5.
Way too small for 3.5. Oh, yeah, it's gone for 3.5.
No, earphones.
Just new, okay.
Earphones are not in.
Equilibrita? What was that? Like, what are we going at least 5k here as John minimum?
He wants to bring the king queen in on a queen high flop. Oh, it's a king high flop.
Close enough. Yeah, that is one of the merits of going small. I feel like do need to be going longer in the long run, but we do keep most of Tony's range in that he opens when we give him this ridiculously good price in position. Now we're going to get some action from the king queen. 5 outs available for Tony.
There's the 5 on the turn.
Yeah, really nice one to see for John. Just going to get to go bet now. Really get the maximum against some king X. 55. Just around 40% on the turn. Tony not going anywhere. Eight of clubs on the river, and as John got to go for a third street. Well, it doesn't. Worried about the flush perhaps, but got the ace of clubs in hand. 3-bet pot. Going to be less flushes out there for our opponent. Just going to have a king most of the time. Also just need to recognise king of clubs on board, so no real flushes there for Tony, and he's just got a hell of a lot of king X, and I feel like in this set we can just bet fold anyway when we are raised. Worried about the flush.
Right.
As we go into the final level of the session.
15 minutes to go until the end of this session. One more hand at the blinds, and then the blinds are up.
for Stuart.
I'll put you on ices anyway when you rise. Half anymore.
Raise 14.
Could have actually 3-bet there as John. That stack depth, really deep. Cash game ranges. Carve versus button. Could have gone with 3-bet. But just letting it go, not getting involved. Sitting comfortable. 97 BBs.
No, I'm just trying to put my table.
Play much golf, Tower, last couple of weeks? We've been off.
I had 3 rounds last week. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, the course was closed because of the
Weather?
Women's
Oh.
World Championships
Oh,
that they had. And we had a funny incident on the when was it, Saturday? Might have been Saturday. Me and my mate old Nick we went out and we're following this 4-ball and they're a little bit slow,
yeah.
but they were all right. They were trapping on a little bit. We were every now and again we'd catch them up. And then all of a sudden, on the 7th, appeared this woman, 2 kids,
Yeah.
and a fella driving the buggy. And we're like, where have they come from?
Yeah.
There is no way for them to come anywhere.
Yeah.
They're not bomb past us in the buggy. They've not come from the 6th. They've not come from the 1st. We'd have seen them. They've not come from anywhere. I'm like, are you lost? She went, I think we're just driving round trying to find the 4th. I said, the 4th? You've gone past the 4th. 4th's over there. She went, I thought that was the 7th. I said, no, you're on the 7th tee box now. She went, what's that? What's up there? That's the 7th. 8's coming back down again, 9 to par 3. She went, where have we been then? I said, honestly, I've not seen you. Not seen you on the front 9. I haven't seen a buggy on the front 9 at all. He says, well, I'm sure we got it wrong. I said, you definitely got it wrong. Anyway, you know, they're not budging.
Yeah.
So they just stood there, they've jumped in front of us, and she was not moving. She was definitely going to hit the ball next on the 7th tee box. So me and my mate just stood there, were like, you're going to hit now, aren't you? So we all teed off together. And then they bombed off, kids in the cart, and everything, really loving life. Kids were just jumping about on the cart and all sorts. So we all teed off all at the same time, and she hit a fair ball, to be fair, straight down the middle. So I don't know how she went on in the cup this weekend, but yeah, the course was closed. But it battered it down.
Oh, did it?
Oh my God. Did I send you that picture? Where's the grass gone?
Yeah, you did, yeah.
It's now fully green again.
Oh, is it?
It's rained that much. It has rained and rained and rained and rained in Blackpool. And I mean, it rained. Bank holiday Monday, didn't see anybody out at all. It threw it down.
It was, we missed the rain last week. It was raining, but it seemed to always just go round us.
Well, it was very wet, very windy. Managed to get out and do a bit of shopping, because I needed to. And apart from that, that was it. Yeah, I'm playing to about 11 at the minute, actually.
Yeah, I'd like to get in the teens at some point.
Raise 15.
Here's 10 for Martin and a Queen Eye flop, Queen 4 deuce. It's turn.
Interesting one for Jack. Probably assumes once flop checks through, not much Queen X from the button. Tony can still have some Queen X just playing in float on the flop, so goes for check again. But I feel like Jack's always going for value on most rivers here. Gonna have to bet King Jack now. Just no Queen X out there. There's not a Queen that's checking twice, so King Jack almost always going to be the best hand. Small percentage of the time we may value cut ourselves against some Ace Jack. but lots to get called by. Worse Jack X, potentially some 6s, 7s, 8s. And then even some non-believers. We can still have just some king highs, stuff like that from the small. Tony not paying with a 5.
Well, the last 8 minutes of this level, and then the blinds. That's right. And then it's a break. End of level 6. Break in 8 minutes. We are the right-hand side clock. Don't forget the $22 Goliath satellite on PokerStars. 12 seats guaranteed. Get yourself in. 12 seats guaranteed on Stars. Anybody playing it? Let us know how you're doing. Let us know how many runners there are. And keep us informed, please. Please, please, please.
Deuce deuce. As Mal jumps out in front with his queen 10. Going to go for a lead though. And Stuart with the ace jack. Kind of an interesting one here because we don't think that Esmail's ever going to donk a deuce. He's probably just always got a 10 and a flush draw here, and with the ace of diamonds we are beating all flush draws and still going to have just around 25% against the 10x. So I think it's Stuart, like this is why we don't really want to be donking in Esmail. Just easy for good opponents to assess where they're at against us. Pretty obvious now we have a 10 or a flush draw, and when Stuart has all these aces, jacks, better 10x in range, we are going to really struggle to hold on. But forget that, we're just going to donk again into the aggressor, get the ace jack out of there. Like if we think the 10s are good and we think Stuart's at it, we should just check to him because he's going to bet again. We feel like we got the best hand. Give him some rope.
Blinds in.
Just checking out the betting for the. I'm not looked at the Open yet. It's the Memorial this week,
Yeah,
and Scheffler's been bang on form,
yeah,
and he's been playing everything because he needs to get back to winning ways.
yeah.
He's 3-1 favourite in a comp with 150 runs.
Yeah.
Second favourite is 20-1.
Wow. 3-1.
Yeah.
Did he win the Memorial last year?
I have no idea. But he's 3-1 favourite, and the
Surely-
second favourite's 20s.
Surely the place to lay, right? In a 100-man field.
Well, he was 2-1 last week
Oh, okay.
and come 9th.
Yeah, that's
2-1 pre-tournament.
Anything can happen in golf. It's like
Yeah.
one bad break and that's it. You can't win. That's what I tell myself all the time anyway. If it weren't for that sprinkler I ate on the third hole, I would have had a great round. I would have broke 80.
Who'll give us the tip for Corey Connors in the US Open?
Joey Brooks.
He's 110-1.
110-1. Might have to have that each way.
There you go. Get yourself on. Get yourself in.
Stuart. Once flop checks through, does it feel like much Queen X or 5X out there? But Deuce, get a call from Tony here. We're going to see the second barrel come in from Stuart on the river. Tony, optimistic call with the A7, but he is right, out in front. Now, the deuce on the end. Do we think we're dislodging stuff like 6s, 4s, 3s now, 7s? Don't think they're going to be folding on this run out. If Stu thinks Tony's got a lot of ace highs, yeah, potentially barrel, but I feel like he's just going to have a lot of these pocket pairs that aren't going to be folding on this river, but does fine bet. Makes it 5,500, and Tony makes the quick call with the A7 iron. He's spot on.
Very nice indeed, well played. All your playing partners in the box. Evening, Gary. Gary McGaffney's come to join us.
Good, Gary. Always good. I'm actually playing quite well
Yes.
this year. I'm playing quite well.
He'll be dropping down again. 36 points and 2 blobs. Another 3-shot penalty. That's another 3 shots off that. You've been
I
up 25
don't
soon.
want to get cut again until the golf trip's done. There's money on it. Decent, Gary. We are streaming till about midnight. How'd you get on in the PLO? I shouldn't ask you that. I actually ended up in your seat that you were sitting
no way.
after I got moved from our original table. So,
You know exactly how it happened.
so I know how Gary got on in the PLO.
Oh dear.
Lives the life. Off to Vegas soon as McGaffney.
Very nice indeed. Nick Day and Andy Miles chopped it. The old PLO. So Gavin Manley, so the other one the hat. And 4th.
A couple more hands before first break of the evening. That we're going to pick up here. Tony feeling fruity with a 6-3 off. Opens from cut off. Esmail in with a King Jack suited. Could 3-bet here at this stack depth, but just landing on call. And Stuart defends the ace-5 suited. And it's quite a fun one. Double gut shot for Tony after opening. Stuart bottom pair. Tony in just 6 high. Still got some over pairs as the opener that others don't. All the sets available for us in range. Just going to start betting with his double gut shot here. And there's Mao. With the King Jack of Hearts reaching, it's going to float and take one off. The best hand at folding.
Get one more in. And I reckon after this, when we turn, so there's the Queen of Diamonds.
So we do pick up a gut shot now as Esmail, but Tony continuing to reach for his chips here. Trying to fold out maybe some 7x, some 5x. Whatever we fold out is going to be great for us when we're just sitting with 6 high. 4,100 now as Mel has picked up this gut shot. Floated king eye on the flop with position. Now pick up a gutter. Is he going to look at the river? He's got the chips in his hand, but he's froze. Does eventually fold, and we are going to squeeze one more in.
We will get one more hand in. The clock will be on 0 when we start this hand. One more hand. Clock's into the break. Everybody else has already left. We'll see you in 15 minutes after this hand. Time to stretch the legs. Back with another table.
Tony going to take initiative again. 7-5 suited opens. The cash though, going to put a stop to things. The ace king, actually a limp from Tony. Apologies.
Just a raise to 13.
Yeah, he's
Very small. Very small. Go on, Stuart, pump it up. Make it 8.
I think maybe a little bit too large, but the bigger the better. Can always feel when we're out of position. Does make it 5k, and these two just going to get this in. Button versus small blind, starting the hand 35k, which is good for 60 effective here. So we could just see this get in. Well, now it has to. For Mukesh, I guess we just jam here.
Yep.
Got to just jam.
Is
Tony's never got a strong hand, and it's 60 effective of Stu, so it's got to be a clean jam for Mukesh.
No, it's just going to be a call.
Okay.
$994. Still with a free roll.
Shouldn't be too much 9x out there, maybe something like 9, 10, Jack 9, 8, 9 suited, but Stu either way of our hand. Always going to be drawn to a hell of a lot of equity, so it's just going to start betting.
And that will be the end of Mukesh. Once he just called on 3, I think this could even be a fold from Mukesh. Tony's off for his break.
Played differently.
Yep, and folds ace king open fold. There we go, back in 15 minutes, just under, with session number 2 of the till. We're spending 10 minutes with Ari and Kashani. Thank you very much for your time.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Where did you start playing poker? And how on earth did you get into it?
I mean, growing up, I've always been very much obsessed with anything strategy-based.
So you're no 3-card brag man.
No, and I used to play a lot of cards, but a lot of different card games. And I've always been a very competitive gamer. Anything with strategy is just... until I came across poker, it was actually during a sleepover at a friend's house.
Were you a killer at Monopoly?
I used whenever I knew we was playing Monopoly, I used to open the box and slip some of the 500s into my pocket prior to the game beginning, and when people went past the go and got 200, I was getting 600.
I love it.
The additional notes were coming out. But yeah, where my friend Christian, I think I was leaving college. I wasn't 18, I was 17 years old. He taught me the rules and my mind was blown. I was hooked. I was like, wow, I've discovered this a bit too late. And I was just immediately hooked to a point where when I started uni, my attendance.
Where was uni?
Huddersfield.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny because growing up I wanted to be a pilot, then I wanted to be an architect, then I studied accountancy and finance, and now I'm a poker player, right?
Well, accountancy, facts, figures, numbers, maths.
For sure, yeah. So I joined uni. I didn't really enjoy it. My attendance was very low because I was too busy playing poker in my local card room. It all started with free rolls. I used to turn up with my shades on, hood up.
You look back now and you think, why did I do that?
Yeah, I was just obsessed, and the obsession, it really forced me to dig deep, and I've just been obsessed ever since coming across it. And when you find something that you have that deep connection with, it just comes natural. Ever since coming across poker, all I've ever wanted to do was to play poker, and I've always worked very hard. I mean, when I was at school, I used to do papers, and I worked in behind a bar, then I worked in a hotel, then I worked in a restaurant, then I worked in a nightclub, then I went and worked in an office. I was a credit controller for a very big organisation, collecting £5 million a month. I've always been obsessed with numbers as well, but my heart was always in poker, and all I wanted to do was poker from the minute I came across poker.
Well, my first number for you was 2015, Huddersfield.
First cash in
25, 25.
Yes, that's where it all started.
Can you remember much about it? You finished 12th?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the biggest buy-ins at the time.
Yeah.
I think people tend to forget that we've not always played at these stakes. You work your way up.
Yeah.
But at the time, it was really, really big.
Was it a direct buy-in? Or
it would have most likely been a satellite win for sure, yeah.
Nice one. I like it. The Huddersfield on the map just because it was your first score. But your first big score, 2019, the Christmas cracker.
Yes.
Like, these fields used to be huge.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Manchester did really, really well at getting the numbers in, yeah, for sure.
They did? £12,000.
Yeah. I mean, on the final table, I remember the final table as well. I wanted to carry on playing, but financially I was in a position where the 12K meant a lot to me, and made the decision to take the money, although I did want the trophy. But yeah, it was a lot of money back then for sure.
Absolutely. Running deep in a huge field. Obviously, the Northwest was like one of the biggest ones that there were in all the district, in all the areas around the country. Did you like playing the day ones and then getting yourself into these big fields? Was a big field like?
I mean,
very comfortable.
Everything I play now is intentional, and a lot of analysis goes into the games I play. Back then I was playing anything and everything. You need to be very careful. I mean, game selection is an art. It's something that not many people know much about. They literally play anything. They don't really set themselves restrictions on what to play, what not to play, past what point to stop regging, past what point not to reg. But my approach is usually a big percentage of my overall tournaments are in small fields to make sure I'm consistently getting in the results, and then some in medium fields, and then only very small amounts in the big fields, because even if you are the best player in the world and you play in big fields only, you can just go through big periods of not cashing at all, right? So I think it's very important to get the consistent small cashes in, and then obviously put yourself in the big fields.
But straight after, more or less straight after the Christmas Cracker, which had a big number, you end up in Nottingham at the Grand Prix.
Yes, that was a very interesting one.
2,712 runners.
That was a very interesting one. That had it was one of the first ever hybrid tournaments where you would play the day ones online, and then you would eventually turn up day two, play live at DTD, and they had this promotion. If you played day 1A online and made the final table, you would get a 10k package.
Okay.
So when we was approaching the final table, there was 2 tables left. There was another guy who had qualified from day 1A, and I knew that if he makes the final table, he also gets the 10k as well. So every time it was this big blind, all in, all in, all in, and it was just like fumes coming out of his ears. But we both made the final table. We both ended up getting the 10k package. With the 10k package, I ended up actually getting more than first place, but a friend of mine, Fabian, ended up winning that. Congratulations.
So you
to
were
him.
second.
I did really well because he had all of the chips with 2 tables left, and I just outlasted everybody. Got myself to second, and the stack distribution heads up was ridiculous.
Then, unfortunately, we ended up in lockdown.
Yes,
but how was it for you?
It wasn't unfortunate. It was.
I'm going to say this.
Lockdown was very good there because historically I've played online a lot, and the games were really, really good during lockdown. A lot of people who played live, obviously they couldn't play live, so they were forced to play online. So the online prize pools were getting ridiculously big. Like the Irish Open, I remember it was guaranteed at 1 mil. He ended up collecting 3 mil. And the winner got 462k. The numbers were ridiculous.
Everybody wanted to play.
But yeah, the games were good for sure. Really, really good. But lockdown was a very tough period for a lot of people also.
Of course, but you certainly did well during it, which is really nice. We're obviously coming out of it and coming into live poker back again. Last year, big year for you.
For sure,
nearly $300,000 as it says on the database.
For sure, it was the first year where I started competing for the leaderboard, and I wasn't really going for it till I think March time. I got a few results in a row, and I thought it makes sense, and I made the decision to give it a go. It was very competitive towards the end.
The best thing
start of the year, everyone was like, "Oh, yeah, it's over. Cal's won it." And the deeper into the year we got, the closer we got. It was very,
but the
very
best thing
interesting.
for us watching it from the outside in was you and Brandon battling away.
Robbie as well. Robbie was up there as well. It was very, very competitive year. I really enjoyed it.
You ended up with the 15k package, which was
really, I managed to get that in the last event. I needed to finish a certain place to get that, and I did just that to be able to scrape the points needed to finish 5th and go over Brandon, I think it was.
Did it help with the 15k package, or did it just go on top of the pile and then we just still have the plan to play what we need to play?
Oh, it just goes towards buy-ins in the future, that's all it is,
Experience. When you play locally, then you play nationally, then you go and play an EPT. What's that like?
It's obviously different games. They attract different player types, and I think one of the biggest keys to succeeding in poker is knowing how to adapt to different player types. And different players, they play very differently. I mean, it's one game. Poker's one game, but everyone has a different understanding of the game, and everyone plays very differently. So it's very important for you to try to gauge how someone thinks about the game and try to come up with a strategy to counter that, basically. I don't think it's realistic to play this unexploitable balance strategy versus everybody. I think you want to be choosing to do X intentionally rather than doing it to randomize and to balance, etc. I think everything should be intentional, for sure.
When you go to an EPT and the fields, you don't know 99% of the field. Can you sit down and within 10 minutes work out an online
quickly.
reg? Or
very. I mean, a lot of the times
a
lot of the times from appearance, from how people hold the cards, how they put the chips in, what the table presence is like, etc., etc. If people are regulating the behavior well, all it takes is one showdown. You see one showdown, you play the back in your hand and the hand back in your head, and you start making assumptions about your players. That's the key. I think a lot of recreationals, they tend to only pay attention when they have a hand themselves, and they don't really pay attention when they don't have a hand. The key is to be paying attention all times, to be building this profile on each player, so when you do end up in a hand with them, you know exactly what to do.
Yeah. Do you prefer the live? Do you prefer live now more than the online environment?
I enjoy them both. I think live poker is a lot more competitive for sure. There's a lot more competitiveness to it, and running deep in a live tournament is very thrilling. But running deep online is also very good. It's two completely different games versus different player pools, and I think it's very important to know how to adapt. There's been a lot of very successful online players who come and play live who don't tend to do that well, and a lot of the times that's because they're not really adapting that well. They're trying to play the same strategy, and a lot of poker is just adapting to who the opponent is. It's not a game of cards, it's a game of people played with cards, and you need to play each individual based on their tendencies.
You do a lot of coaching.
I do indeed.
Online.
Yes.
You're very successful. Do you like it when your prodigies get a nice little touch somewhere and you keep in touch with them? And
for sure, it's very rewarding to help people become better at something that they care for, and that something is poker, which I love very much. So it's very rewarding to be involved in the journey of some of these guys to see.
We got a new table. That went well. The old break.
And I must say as well, how often have we seen a Spurs jersey at a feature table in the past 7 years? Because I can't recall many, Tower.
Very, very few.
UEFA Cup, I'm still calling it UEFA Cup.
Yeah.
Spurs shirts out. Not embarrassed to wear them anymore, you see. We're happy, we unzip them, we show we're a Spurs fan.
It's true.
As Yazoo in seat 2, Scarlett Passway in 1, Wilco in 3, Samson Black in 4, Harry Sanford 5, Callum Gordon 6, Marcus Oliver 7, Andy Miles in 8, and Paul Henson completing the table in the 9th seat.
Andy Miles will chop the yellow last night. That night before. Last night?
I don't know how, because he was on my table for a while. And I couldn't remember him playing a hand. He had a little bowl of rice he was grinding, but he obviously had a spin up when I busted.
Well, that's it. Spinny. So here we go. Next session, 6 more levels in this session. So an hour and a half in here. So 10:35. We'll be on our next break. 10:35 will take us to the end of the buying period for the voyage.
Come back for an hour.
And if you're on PokerStars, don't forget 12 seats guaranteed tonight. Ramping it up for Goliath.
Miles Jack 3 just going to walk Paul in the big blind.
Very nice. First time bank, get a walk.
There's the leads. Samson Black. Sounds like a Bond villain, doesn't it?
Samson Black. Samson Blair.
Yeah, we didn't get that now. We're up and right.
How we doing, Riz? That tight fold there from Wilco with a 9-3. How we doing, Gav? Gav Patrick? How's London looking? Oh, we've got more grass at London than we have at St Anne's. Jeez, we have never seen it as bold and as brown and as burnt as it has been for the last month in the old links. Jeez. It piddled down for the last 3 days, so it's all gone back. All things are well. We'll be up in Edinburgh in less than a month's time for the 888. That's the next leg of the 888s, actually. There it is. Edinburgh, 17th till 22nd of June. Won't be there. There'll be bracelet hunting. Up in Edinburgh will be Sam. So the next leg of the UKPL will be Edinburgh, 17th till the 22nd of June. And then another new one for us in end of September, Liverpool. And then Coventry for their UKPL straight after Blackpool's GUKPT and before the grand final. So plenty going on in November for the team.
We'll be playing this one, Wilco. King, Queen of Hearts. Marcus making a call. Andy does the same behind. And Paul, King, Queen suited here. Could be a nice spot to squeeze it up. All this dead money out in front of us. Squeeze exactly what he comes with. A lot of time for it. Nice little find from Paul here. Now over to Wilco. Starts a hand 50 effective, just north off with Paul. King, Queen suited. Toughy. Right, if we're deeper, 20 bigs or so deep, I think we'd have to continue at 50. Gets kind of sketchy.
Clicks it a lot.
Have some of this
That's
time.
21, 13, I thought it was 21.
What a little find from Wilco here. Goes for the 4-bet bluff. But if we get jammed on, near 30% of our stack in the middle. And I guess Paul just takes his price now with the King, Queen suited. And here we go. Same hand for both. Wilco probably favourite to win this one though. And with boards as the aggressor.
10 Jack 7. Open end obviously for both. Slight redraw for Wilco.
Yeah, no, this SPR he may just jam tower. Pot size bet left. Guess we'd do the same with our overpairs.
Squashes in quite a few. 10, 12, 14, 15 maybe? 15 and a half. And the King, Queen of Diamonds will just have to pass them to the dealer. Yep, we're open-ended.
He might run it. You know, jar at this SPR. 4-bet pot. We get this flop up and down. Our best case scenario, we're up against something like Queens and the King is live as well. There you are.
Into the bin they go.
You fucking done about 8 9 of spades. 8 9 of spades.
You play mainly PLO in Vegas, Jay. Probably a mix of both. There'll be some Hold'em tournaments that you got to play, obviously, like the Millionaire Makeup, like the big sort of 1500s with big prize balls. I'll be playing them Hold'ems. Obviously, the main event, 10k, that Hold'em event. But last year it was probably like 70% PLO, 30% Hold'em. Probably going to be similar this year. Definitely play the 10k PLO main. We'll be involved in that. Looking forward to it. It's been a busy year in terms of work. Haven't had much opportunity to play other than Ireland so far this year, so looking forward to it.
Good stuff.
Like some of the regulars that have been grinding all year in the UK or Europe, wherever they go and play week in, week out, like gets to Vegas, they're already 6 months into a year's grind. You can be like deteriorate a bit already, a bit withered from playing constantly, but I think it's nice because when I go out there, I'm not like, oh, got to go and grind for 4 weeks, play tournaments every day. I genuinely look forward to it, which I think helps and makes you play your best poker. As Paul opens ace king in the cut-off. Makes it 1800. Nines for Wilco in the big blind. They squeeze this up. Always continuing, just whether he wants to call and go three-way or potentially squeeze here and now. Yeah, nice size choice as well. Nice meaty. 12 BBs, just shy of. Nice and big out of position. Paul just going to get a nice clean shove here now.
Send it all.
Just shy of 60 bigs.
Send it all. Don't be too worried about Wilco. The lot should be going in. Not finding the fold, is he?
No way.
No, he's not. This is all of it. Now then, Wilco, back on you, sir. You've been the aggressor so far. What do we do now?
Yeah, like 60 effective. It's one of these. If we are going to, against cut off, we are going to 3-bet nines. Maybe too good against this position to let go when it's EP, MP. Becomes closer. If we feel the cut off, it's going to start jamming stuff like all the ace queen combos, all the ace king combos. I doubt 8 7s are ever in there. We're going to wait for a better spot.
Yeah.
It's one of those, ain't it? We're flipping at best. We doubt our opponent's ever going to jam 8s for 60. They probably just call.
Yep. Seat 2's top must be against all casino and poker tables rules, right?
Nah, that's it. You're going to see a lot more Spurs shirts over the last next 12 months. You watch. There's going to be plenty coming out. Do you know what? I might even get one for Vegas, actually, ready for an FT.
Way.
Pull out the old generic UK
Think
person.
I'm mailing you with my pom-poms. We one of them on.
I think I might have an old Holston one somewhere, but I don't think it would fit me. Tournament tales. How does the 10k PLO compare to last night's Pump Fest? Different. To be fair, you'd be surprised. You actually get some gin tables in that comp. But last night was fun. I just come down, had a few beers. Well, I sat a few beers, had a lot of beers. Enjoyed myself. Just nice to play every now and again. Would have been nice to win it.
Yeah. And don't forget, as Gary says, Birmingham and Berryhill Road this Sunday coming. The first for the Vegas free draws. Have to be in the building to win it. Somebody got pulled out in Berryhill Road last week. Wasn't in the building.
Oh no.
$5,000 gone. $5,000 gone.
Get the Sherwood out, Jay. Yeah, about that time. The Olsen top, Tim Sherwood on the back. Gary Doherty. What a player, Gary Doherty.
Has anybody still got a sick note shirt on?
Sick note.
Darren Anderton.
Oh, Darren Anderton. He was actually quite a popular one on the back, those tops. Ziga, Christian Ziga. Now, I'm going to quickly go back to the poker because we have got
Flop set, top pair.
2 hands colliding. Sampson goes for the donk on the ace-4-5 into an opponent that's going to have all the strongest ace-X, and he's just going to send it in, and he is drawing close to dead.
Indeed it. Sam turns over ace-9. Does not like that. It's all right, slam the cards. That's not his fault. He's got to set 5s. It's your fault you called. Slamming cards down like that. Big Sam, come here. Well, it looks a bit loud. Look at them arms. Jay said all that.
Well,
Oi, oi.
4 outs available.
Any runners?
Not like this.
Any runners? Really? Really?
Either way, would have been getting stacked on this run out of Samson. Just maybe not the avenue we want to take. Just want to check call flop. That's only route we should be taking with our hand. No leading going on, no raising going on. Just check call, and then probably would have gone on the turn anyway. 6k to spin.
Well, it's not a bad beat story from the out of tables. Oh, I had ace king. You never guess. I'm trying to pull the cards in. I'm trying to pull all the chips in. They thought they were mine. They weren't. He had a set. Oh. Yeah. So 15-minute levels, 6 levels per session. So the next session finishes at 10:35. Then there's a break, and then all players go on a break, and then play 4 more levels if you need to get back in. That's the end of level 12. There's the cut-off period for buy-ins, which is why there's a break at the end of level number 12 in an hour and 15 minutes. 50,000 guarantee been and gone. If you're playing in the $22 satellite for Goliath, let us know how you're getting on. 12 seats guaranteed in that one tonight. Started at 8.
We'll carry on with the 3-bet knows Yazoo. Very active player. And Samson just finds Cowboys in the small blind, gets to put it in. Yazoo calls it. He's going to have a look, getting the price. Pretty awful shape. Somehow 20% equity, Jack 4 suited against Kings and 10s. Kind of interesting. That's pretty high. This particular hand against the hands it's up against. Maybe all the diamonds in there.
It's amazing how many times you lose a big hand and then you've literally got fueled and then you end up with a monster.
I know, yeah.
It's amazing. 7, 6, 3 flop.
So overpair for Wilco.
He says I'm having some of that. Yazoo's going to fold, and then Sam's going to treble up. All good for the Kings to get back up to 20k. Under. -4-8. Turbo flight on the live stream.
We've got Lion joining us tomorrow, do you know, in the 888 Twitch.
I'd be very surprised if we don't.
Had some giveaways.
Yes.
Always usually 5 a day with the 888s. We will see come tomorrow. And we will also see what's been happening in the day 1B field.
Oi, oi.
Ah,
Les Lamia.
Guildford Les. Guildford Les from Gillingham
Birmingham.
and Birmingham.
And Manchester as well.
And Manchester. Don't forget about Truro. Has bagged the chip lead.
Portsmouth Gareth.
Yeah.
Portsmouth Gareth, 516. That's some chip counts. Then Skinner, Glenn Gaines. Local, isn't it, Glenn?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's around this sort of area. Colin McAndrew.
Yeah.
Lots of GDPRs.
Yeah, why?
I want to get it changed.
RS. We know what that is.
Ronnie O'Sullivan
Well,
without the O.
RS and CS could be brother and sister. Could be brothers, husband and wife. Could be. Terry Woods and Bruno Ribeiro. He just sounds like a Brazilian footballer. 69,000, 96 and 15 going through. So 15 and 17 make 32 going through already at the minute. Plus whoever's left in this one.
Good maths.
Thanks.
Blind on blind. Harry completes. Check option from Callum. That's flop best. Probably going to be end of hand, but going to knuckle one back with his top pair. Now it's Callum. I'm going to check that clock. Going to start trying to go on the value hum. Some king highs and some 5x. Going to have to stick around.
Yeah, what's up?
Scarlett, first look at her. Hasn't picked up anything as of yet.
She gave us a big wave when we walked in this morning as she played the afternoon leg. She gave us a big wave as we walked in. You know, while you were on the third. Slamming the putter down 128.
to be fair, last couple of rounds, you'll be happy to know the putter has only come out either on the fringe of the green or on the green itself.
Like it a
Because
lot.
my irons have been working quite well, so instead of these putter layups now, I'm just taking a nice little soft 9
Like it's good.
to the front of the water.
Good.
They were moaning at me the other day, obviously playing off the handicap I took. There was a 550-yard par 5, and I was on the fringe of the green for 3. So I was putting off the green for birdie on a 550 par 5.
Two shots?
I hit a great drive. I hit the best 2 3-woods back to back I've ever hit. I just went 3-wood, but it was just on the fringe of the green. And apparently you can't be having 2 shots a hole being on the green and 3 on a par 5. Apparently that's what they said, but
It happens
it happens.
every now and again. We've got 4 par 5s tonight, folks. 4.
Played a beautiful course.
And only 3 par 3s.
Played a beautiful course last week, and it had an island green, nice little island green, so just water all around it.
Saw the picture. How many balls did you lose?
I actually parred that hole.
What?
It's actually like one of the best shots. I took an iron, and it's like slopes towards the hole. So if you get it in like the bowl area, it just rolls down towards the hole. And then I missed the birdie putt, but still got my 3 for 4. What?
Oh dear, I'll start bringing you a sombrero.
It's funny when we walk off a par 5. Sometimes they're like, "How many, Jay?" And I'm like 8, and they're like, "Put you down for blob." Then I'm like, "Hold on a minute." Pretty sure I get a point
8
here.
for 6 for 1.
8 for 1. Thank you very much. But I do want to come down. I'd love to get into the teens, and
Well, you've done it.
I just can't hit it far off the tee. My irons are actually all right, but I can't like my driver. Hit a good drive. It's like 180.
Time is timing. That's all it is.
And the harder I try to hit it, the worse the drive is.
That's true.
Ace 9 for Yazoo.
That always happens. Cole Chelsea. There you go.
Cowboys for Callum. 3 bets to 5. Should be out of hand. I say should be. Sometimes Yazoo can have some fruitfulness in his game. Not really the combo we want. Gun versus cut off to think of 4-bet bluffing. Does just let Callum take it. And Callum probably one of the more solid players at the table. Probably going to give him a bit more credit for stronger holdings.
Goal for Chelsea. Palmer with an insane cross. Who scored it then?
Maybe it was Palmer. Maybe he had a cross and it went in.
Enzo. Well done, says Valerie. Might put us on pause. Watching on YouTube.
Open from Harry, Jack 9 suited, 7-8 suited at 40 here for Callum. Yeah, I think fold. Got to really take that approach at 40. Not deep enough for 3-bet. Flat, just 2 million behind. And leave Paul opportunity to 3-bet himself. Making it 5,600. These 4 suited. Gonna be another open from Harry. With the 6 deuce out of the way, over to Wilco in the big blind. King 10 of diamonds here. Looks like finds call against +1. Call he does, heads up to the flop.
6, 7, 8, 9 flop, 2 hearts. Harry with the nut flush draw. Wilco open ender.
Potentially one Harry checks back though. Nice to have some flush draws in range still. And the flush completes, and just one of these boards from +1. I'm going to get stripped to some of the strong hands, but still going to have 7s through 9s, Jack 10 suited, but Wilco going to have those with the addition of 10-6, 6-5, some 2-pair combos. And Wilco straight in with the check raise. I'm just trying to rep this board. Going to have a lot of 2 pairs, flop straights. Harry with the call. 7 of clubs on the turn. Not going to love this as Wilco, because we'll have all these 10s for aces in range as Harry, which aren't going to be folding on this 2-tone bottom card pair in turn. So maybe where we see Wilco slam the anchors on here. I guess one thing that is nice for us, like if Harry is going to open slightly wider, King 7 of diamonds, 10-7 of diamonds, not a thing. Like we're not folding out over pairs here with his second barrel. I think that's kind of the key. I guess we can dislodge some ace 10, some ace jack that are in front of us. Now 13k with an up flush draw on the turn to win 30. Over 2-1 on the call was Harry. It's not the nicest, and this is why I kind of like check back on flop as well at this stack depth. Just on a board where Wilco can potentially attack on. Now we get here on the board pair in turn where we can be drawing dead. It does just let the nut flush draw go. Well played from Wilco. Got the moves.
This is stacked back up to nearly 60 bigs. Chelsea are now winning.
Who had the Betis half-time, Chelsea full-time? That was probably about 30s.
Yeah, it would have been easy. Cole Palmer on fire. Valerie's just realised he's on delay. Go on, Chelsea. First team to win all three. Ever.
Not yet. There's still time for Betis
Yeah,
to...
they'll get another one. I think they'll get another. Easy, he'll score next. That Caicedo. He's going to bang one in.
A6 suited for Callum. Nice one to attempt to steal, but not going to take up on it. There's it go. 10-9 suited for Paul. Surely this will be opened. Wilco going to have a hand off. Samson setting up for a jam. For 18 bigs, pocket nines, pretty clean one. Don't think we have any other option. Gets it through.
Here's our substitute leader, 80 bigs. Level 12 is the next break in an hour's time. 4 more levels of buy-ins left. If you're in the $22 12 seats guaranteed PokerStars satellite for Goliath, let us know if you're playing. If not, stick with us and enjoy the live stream from 888 UKPL Reading.
King suited for Paul, opens from +2, getting some nice hands. Scarlet, King Jack suited at 33. Don't think we really have any other option but to call here. Slightly too much to 3-bet jam and not really the hand we want to 3-bet fold, so just leaving us with call. Wilco been active, but this would be optimistic. And Harry not defending the old Motown 3-way.
Flop 10-7-4 rainbow.
I think we're going to do a fair amount of checking here as Paul in theory. Scarlet in position. Does just come out firing with his 2 overs and club draw, and Scarlet got a nice one to float here. 3 to flush, 3 to straight, 2 overcuts. Float she does.
8 of clubs turn. Not flush draw for Paul. That is give you a few times, Paul. Some nice hands. Boom. We're going to paid off Scarlet.
Just goes bet fold now. If he could find the check, Scarlet would probably have to bluff her hand, but I think once turn goes check check, we just don't want Scarlet to check back like a 5s, a 6s, a 9, a 7, King 7 suited, something along those lines. I think we need to go for value ourselves here as Paul. Scarlet out the way.
What's she doing? Saw Scarlet in Portsmouth earlier this year. Guessing we'll see her in the summer series when we're there in 3 weeks' time. 2 weeks' time.
Back to Portsmouth.
2 weeks today.
2 weeks today.
2 weeks today, Portsmouth.
11th. You go there.
Aye.
Ah.
You're not coming.
Nah, I'll leave Sam with you for that one.
You getting ready?
Yeah, it's
It's back your own.
no, it's the other half's birthday week.
Ah,
So
beautiful.
got golf trip next week. Come back.
No, you just said that so well. It's your other half's birthday. I've got a golf trip, and then you carried on.
Oh, okay. And then off to Vegas for the rest of the summer. Lovely. Just when that plane lands and you get off the plane. Can't wait. So Harry with the complete. Callum checks his option with the Queen Jack. Does have the function of keeping some dominated stuff in, like all this Queen deuce through Queen 7, Jack 7, stuff that would potentially fold. Harry flops an up and down and does just come out leading. And 2 clean overcards for Callum. Just gonna let it go.
Going with the ace jack from 1.
Scarlet, big all in, hefty one, just sub 25 BBs. Going to be difficult to get called by worse, like ace 10 never calls this spot. When we are called in here as Scarlet, we're pretty toast. Just likely to get it through as she does. I fly on the 16th of June, Neil. I think Tower flies on the 24th.
24th.
So I'll hold off any final tables for the first week.
I agree. Second one. I feel even a lot more than normal. Check mark.
Yeah, just suits.
24th.
Yeah, clubs and the club come on the 3-1.
I don't know by then, but no, first glance.
And the struggle like separated.
24th until the 13th of July. Extended on circumstances.
I think I'll go back on the 12th, so not far off me. 11th or 12th.
Yeah, Sunday flyback. Landing Manchester on Monday.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully we'll
we-
have to extend.
with
Jim,
with
Jim,
that- with day
Jim,
7.
I might have a bit of a problem. Obviously, UKPT London is on the 10th till the 20th of July. First big tournament back in the Vic after a massive refurb.
A fruity little find from Wilco. Don't mind it. Start the hand nearly 50 effective. Maybe need to be slightly deeper. But he's going to take the aggressive route here with the 10-9 suited. Yazoo ace 4 of hearts. Wouldn't write Yazoo off just yet, especially against this size. Wilco opting for less than 2.5x. I do expect Yazoo to always peel getting this price. Off we go to the streets.
Spades, ace 9 deuce. Top pair for Yazoo.
Yeah, and just always check. Wilco with his middle pair. Quick check behind.
King of clubs.
And I think in this usually we want to check again here a fair amount. Worst possible ace-X, and then we go for our value on Brick Rivers. Or even now, maybe not on this river here now. Tell like Queen's probably not getting a call from that. 10's not getting a call from that. Jacks now get there that would potentially check twice. So maybe we just go for like 1600, like 10% as Yazoo. I'm not actually sure. Seems too thin in a free bet pot to value bet this one large.
Not sure what the size is.
Oh my God, it's
Chunky.
Yeah, fair. Well, chunky in terms of
Third spot.
trying to get called by it. Yeah, 40% here from Yazoo. I just think it's difficult. Like I expect Wilco's king highs to see bet flops. Like when he's got king queen, king jack as a free bet bluffs, he's just see bet flop. But we are going to get called by just a 9 here, and maybe that's a function of knowing his customer. Probably played a lot of Wilco the past 12 months, and maybe feels like he's inclined to hero rivers light when it's checked all the way down. A nice value find there. Feel like we got the maximum. Nice 40% that others maybe wouldn't have got. But Wilco, optimistic call. With just a 9 there, which was good for fourth pair.
Not beating too much.
It's beating 3 deuce.
Yeah, it's being Queen X with a Queen of Spades, but that's about it.
It's 2.4. Players all in. Pass.
Wilco with a 6-4.
Pair this time, is it? Sure. I'd have called you if you said no. Hey? Couldn't be there. You're way ahead.
Chelsea 3-1. Jadon Sancho scored. Gary McGavin says, "Tell it might be in the Gladiator satellites the 25th, 26th and 27th of June. I might be. I might do the sats. Yeah, Sam is recovering well. He got the Kings, didn't he, right at the right time. Got trebled up to 20,000 and is now all in for 26. Uh-oh! As soon as you say that, Gary, as soon as you've said that, Callum ace king, Sam ace 6. It's all your fault, Gary. Scarlett with the, what am I calling this? For all the chips for King Jack Seward. Oh, she is! Whoa, Scarlett! For 23, 24 bigs. I think we could have found a better spot there, Scarlett, but if we hit a jack, you know, it's one of those, but, well, that seems a little bit loose. That seems a little bit loose. The 20, 23, 24. Well, 5s and 6s playing for Sam. A jack playing for Scarlett. Have you managed to hit this? Oh, sit back down. How loose was that? Calling for 24 with King Jack and gets there. Oh, that's just stuff dreams are made of. There's me saying, Scarlett, that's a bit loose. What do I know?
What do you know?
Oh, man. Sam's gone, as Gary McGaffney says, he's recovered nicely and doing really well. So that was Gary's fault. Oh, man. And then Scarlett calling 24 bigs for King Jack suited. Oh, yeah, there's the whistle tip, boys. I've just trebled up. Oh, dear, man. Don't tell him how.
Letters are better than numbers in this game. That's the way to look at it. You got 2 cards that are letters.
Unbelievable. Chelsea winning 3-1.
You said that. Was it?
It was Sancho.
Oh, Sancho.
So now they have won all 3. 1, 2, 3. First team ever.
Sancho playing with Man U again. He's back in Man U next season,
Is
right?
he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So he won't even be in the Champions League with Chelsea. He's got to be in the relegation bout with Man U. Did you? I saw something.
So will England have 6 teams in Champions League next year? 6.
6 is correct. Yep. And there's
6?
Yeah, 6 teams.
That's unbelievable. Good luck sorting that draw out when you can't play anybody from your own country in first few rounds.
Ain't none of clubs for Callum. He's going to run it.
You can take your coat off now against Scarlett. After that,
It's cold in there. I'd keep it on.
it's not cold.
It was yesterday.
Not today. It's not been fixed or whatever it were.
Queen Jack for Yazoo here. What's this from Callum? 7 big blind jam. Queen Jack is going to have a look. 2 live cards for Callum. Going to need to hit one of them.
So losing with the Ace King against Scarlett. Now needs to
Help.
get a club on the turn, and that's no good. And all over. Eesh. Just like that.
Have one gone.
Oh, nice. The 3-1 Chelsea. Good luck, Chelsea.
I don't know what the conference trophy looks like. Like if I said to you Champions League trophy, you can picture it in your head. If I said to you World Cup, you can picture it in your head. If I said to you UEFA Cup, you can picture
What
it in your
were
head.
your cup like?
UEFA Cup, what is exactly like the UEFA Cups look like for years?
Like a bit, like
Like
a
big vase.
rose bowl,
Like a big
like a
vase.
rose vase. Looks like a vase. Yeah.
But if I said to you Conference League, you can't picture it, right? I can't picture it. Even the LD Vans trophy, I think I can picture from Football Manager back in the day, but I can't picture the Conference League, what it looks like. Scarlett with the King Queen opens in the cut-off, making it 33. And Ace Queen for Harry here. At 50 effective against the cut-off. That's what he thinks of Scarlett. He feels like he's going to have a big post-flop edge. He may just play some flats. I feel like Scarlett's going to come along with a lot of hands that we dominate. He may take this option and does just bump it up. I'm interested to know if he's 3-betting to fold or 3-betting to call though. I feel like versus Scarlett, if she did go for 4-bet jam, we'd probably just let Ace Queen off go here and give her credit. Now back with the King Queen off. Full call. Cut-off versus big blind specifically. It does just let it go.
See, now we've got the chips, totally different. Love it. 70 bigs. Look at that. Nailed it. 4-1, Caicedo. I'll tell you what.
You said
Me and
3-1.
Curtis next season are going to win a 5-figure bet. Me and Curtis are the team. Caicedo, anytime, boom. Tower gets it again. Curtis, we're on it next year, pal. We're just going to smash it next year. I can feel it in the water.
Shame you're not this good with the trebles. I hate to throw it out there, but it seems like everything else you bet on seems to do all right. But come Saturday, 3 o'clock, it all goes to mush.
Oh, dear.
You can pick 3 people to have a shot in target on the first half, but you can't pick 3 teams out of about 96 to win on a Saturday afternoon. It makes no sense. Did you like the old Spurs stat when it was after Johnson scored that we were 1-0 up
When it was an own goal.
but it had Johnson down as the goal scorer and us as 0 shots on target.
Yeah, that's because it was an own goal.
So how this is what I don't get with the bookies.
Yeah.
They have to pay out on a Brennan Johnson goal, but they don't pay out on a Brennan Johnson shot on target. How does that make sense? Someone please enlighten me.
Yep. Bonkers, honestly. Absolutely bonkers.
Paul, ladies under the gun makes it 35. That's 5 off for Wilco. Not going to be doing much with this one. Facing the gun open. Oh well, I say won't be doing much, but Wilco come to play today. Gets Paul just 4 bet cents. Wilco will fold. Missed time 3 bet from Wilco, shows the ace but gets out of there. Don't know what's in the water in Reading. Maybe it's not in Reading, maybe he's bottled it up and brought it around the country with him. Active as always. Minutes of this session remaining. 3 more levels.
And if you did play the Goliath Satellite, it made 16 seats. 16. So good luck if you're getting a seat for Goliath for the end of July 2025. And don't forget the GUKPT's also got satellites on there as well for the million guarantee. £1 million guarantee GUKPT to start proceedings.
A couple of jacks here for Harry. This could be a fun one because Yazoo ace-5 suited. Definitely the type of player that will find some 4-bet bluffs, and at this stack depth, this is one of the prime count combos. Maybe we need to be slightly shallower to be able to 4-bet send. Harry, for 10.5. Now, once again, as Yazoo in a similar spot against Wilco with the ace-4 suited. Not as good as Price this time, still out of position. But there we go, Tower, right on cue.
Beautiful.
As I said, he didn't even take 5 seconds.
No, Harry.
Yeah, Harry's got a snap.
He has to call.
Yeah, against this player as well.
He has to call for 33. Has to call.
Said it was the man who may take it. You actually see a lot of spots when you look at them, like LP versus LP, that it just actually pure 4-bet sends the ace-5 suited. And if we're getting jacks to tank call, means Harry's going to be folding a hell of a lot of his range. Unfortunately, we're not folding top 5% out. But we still got this healthy equity, and this is why it's a powerhouse. When called, 2 ways to win the pot. Either get the jam through with a decent amount of fold equity, or win the pot 1 and 3 times when we get there. That's why this particular combo is a combo of choice for the 4-bet bluffs, even 5-bet sometimes. Any luck working for Yazoo. Will we pick up
They pick up threes.
an additional out, technically, go from 3 outs to 4. Now just down to our 4 out up with half of them in the muck.
That does not. Harry drops his out down to 37. And Harry, 136. Very nice one indeed.
Ian Edelman says, "You're right, Tower." No way, Ian.
What's that?
He didn't. What, an own goal? Or just to score outright? I'm guessing 40-1. No way he's backed Luke Shaw to score an own goal first in Europa League final. Could you imagine how steaming you'd be when they've given that to Johnson?
No, if it's an own goal, it's just an own goal against.
Yeah, exactly.
for
It's
the
just
team.
like 16-1 you
team
usually get on an own goal, ain't it?
Yeah, it's just a team goal. It's not the named player. That if you back Shaw to score the first goal, that would have to be for Man United.
If he scores an own goal, don't count that.
No,
Right.
no, it does not. The Caicedo won it for Chelsea. 4-1 it finished. Well done, Chelsea. Won all 3. There'll be another parade now for another English club.
Does just show you the level of the Prem though. Yeah, I know, like top 4 or 5 go up against top 4 or 5 in other leagues, it would be a tough test. But like when you go down the league, the fact that you got 16th and 17th playing in the Europa League final, you got Chelsea in the Conference League final. Like once you whittle out all the elite teams, the Barças, the Real Madrids, Bayerns, PSGs, just feel like an English club are going to win these comps consistently, like Seville did. For the next few years, you've not got the teams from the champs dropping into it. So Wilco back in the amongst it. Queen 9 suited this time. Harry makes the call.
King 6-6. 2 spades for Harry.
I'm going to go with C-bet. Won't be working. 1600 for 1 BB. And we are this shallow, kind of like it. Scaling down on a board where 6x shouldn't really be a thing. And Harry just going to run it here and now with his flush draw, maybe trying to fold out some ace queen, ace 10, stuff that's still got us in rough shape. Even a hand like 7s, 8s, 9s or Wilco in a quandary already against this raising position, and Harry with the fist pump.
In they go.
Thinks he got a better hand to fold, but Wilco was drawing slim.
35 minutes of this session to go. And the final break of the day. Final buy-ins during the break. Give you the full number when we get back after the break, which will be around about 10 to 11.
248.
248?
Yep.
All right, nice one. 248.
Queen 8 suited. Andy, going to open in the card. Been kind of quiet. Hasn't really had the distribution to get involved as much as he'd like to. And Paul here, a couple of ducks on the button. Not going to go hunting for a set. Scarlet out the way with the ace 7 and Yazoo. Ace 3 off here at 20. In Solverland, maybe some jamming going on here against LP. When we've got the blocker, unblocker, just blocking the strong hands and sort of unblocking all the folds like Andrew has, all these in-betweeners to the ace and the 3. Let's just take the lower variance approach, and I think when we have the ability that Yazoo does, no need to necessarily take these ones. Like if we're up against, like we're on an elite table and we feel a bit outgunned, then this is maybe when we take these more often. If it's the other way, keep the variance low. Are you still getting a bob up, a bit of bob up, backdoor nut flush draw here.
Backdoor wheel. Here comes the race.
Just takes every spot. And to be fair, at this stack depth, these are the ones that we do want to choose. We don't like check raising gut shots up and downs because we don't want to get free bet shoved on and have to fold out our equity. So we like using stuff like this with 3 to a straight, overcard, 3 to a flush. We can then just jam on potentially a diamond turn.
King of Spades turn.
We're going to love that as Andy. Like some of the King X gets there, something like King 8 with the King of Diamonds could be one that he chooses. I feel like we're happy to just check back and assess rivers. Difficult to get called by worse. This is the problem here. Like once Yazoo knuckles, it's just we just feel like he's just going to have a bluff a lot of the time. Tower, try and induce some stuff on rivers.
With the dry river, the 6 of clubs. Use our checks, and that will be Andrew doing the same.
Yeah.
On to the next.
Difficult to get called by worse. I doubt a 9's really playing. Just showdown, see Yazoo's hand. And on to the next one we go. Queen 8 suited, good for Andy. His blinds will increase after this hand.
So well done Chelsea, winning the old cup. 4-1 the final score.
Surely it's the new cup, right?
New cup.
Yeah. The old cup.
The old cup. The old one
So
in the old cup.
it's the newest cup out there, right? The Conference League. It's only been running 3-4 seasons.
It's amazing how many cups that they can introduce just to get people playing in Europe. Because they couldn't have their European league that they wanted.
Well, it does give like some obscure countries the chance to play in Europe, and they'd never get the chance.
Like Chelsea.
Well, not Chelsea, but like all the teams, like I said, from Moldova, Liechtenstein,
Yeah,
Andorra.
but it makes it's like the World Cup, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're making the World Cup bigger and bigger and bigger. And there's teams that Rotherham United are beating it.
It's 2:35.
There's teams that haven't won a game in the World Cup, like Everton will get into the World Cup.
Yeah, I guess. Scarlett just mountains in 50 bigs with pocket 8s and
Has Scarlett got somewhere to do? Has she got some supper to cook or something like that? What's she doing? Come on, Scarlett, I need to have a word. 55 bigs with pocket 8s. Maybe she's got a number in her head that she needs to get to by the end of the night.
maybe her and the other half have got a side bet who can bag up more chips. I think, yeah, he's Dean bagged up 373, I think, DH. So maybe she's looking to get to 373. Maybe it's who takes the bins out when they get back. I don't know. Like,
Could be.
Yeah.
It might be. That King Jack was just bonkers, but it worked. And then the 8s for 50 bigs.
Yeah.
You only get called by better. Weird spots sometimes.
good to see some nice.
Ah, 12.20 all the way through. Where's the line?
Yeah, where is the
Remember
lion?
the old days when we used to have lines until 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock? Where are they all? Where have they all gone?
Well, I'll be getting up earlier than you on Friday. I've got tea time at 10:30 Friday. So yeah, I'll be getting up earlier than you Friday because I've got to get from Reading to Hertfordshire, play some golf.
I hope it's pissing now.
I'll send you pictures. I'll make sure I send you plenty of pictures from the golf course. As 888 Poker TV is raiding.
Woo!
How you doing, Lime?
How we doing, Lime? Look forward to your company all weekend from tomorrow morning. We're on air at 12:20 as you've just seen, so that'll be 6:20. Now we'll put clocks forward a bit.
I don't know. All goes over my head, all this rolling clocks forward back.
Looking forward to having a great chat this weekend with you, Lime. Hope things are good. Thanks for the raid. And we'll see you tomorrow from 12:20 local time. There you go, 6 a.m, 6:20ish tomorrow. Look forward to it.
So we've got a jam here from Wilco. Limp from cut off of Scarlet. 10 big blind jam from Wilco. And Gary against 10. And Wilco specifically probably feels like Queen Jack's going to do okay. And Wilco getting the A7 off of Scarlet to head into the muck. There's the counts. Let's approach the next break, just under 30 minutes to go, and we will be taking 15 for the final break of the day and then back for the final hour as everyone's going to be bagging and tagging in the turbo. We will have some confirmed numbers as well, as late registration will be closing shortly.
Do, 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 do. 888 Poker TV tomorrow on Twitch. Look forward to it with Lime and the team.
Big giveaways galore as always during the 888s. Get to put our feet up, lots of keyword. We used to just doing constant thinks all the time. So round to Scarlet out the way with 7-3. Anything for Yazoo in the cut-off. Queen 5 suited for 12.5. Going to attempt to still raise into 4K. We'll lose Wilco. Gary folds 2. Anything for Harry in the big blind. 7-5 off here.
No.
Going in Berber says OMG.
Just over 25 minutes to go of this session. Baines will finish. And then we'll come back with an exact number of how many played the Voyage. And how many will be coming back tomorrow for day 2.
Here's Jack for Gary. Should be getting involved on the button. Starts out with 40. Opens to 4K. Ah, this is dangerous for Gary here. Button versus small blind against someone that will potentially find 3-bets light. Wouldn't fault him for going for 3-bet jam here. 4-bet jam, sorry, when it's back on Gary for 40 effective. Probably just send this spot against most. If it's someone that I know is not going to have any 3-bet bluffs, then maybe there's some like exploit to get away from it. But I feel like against Harry, you could just 4-bet send here. It's just going to go with call. I know, it's going to go really all in. There we go. And Harry with a snap. Like we can't free bet ace queen 40 effective button versus small to then fold to a jam. It's just a pretty easy snap, and going to be frustrating for Gary when these are rolled over, because now as Gary we think ace king ace queen never out there.
32 bigs. It's 32 to call. It's a lot.
It's button versus small town. Like if we're going to free bet ace queen to fold button versus small at this stack depth, then just flat it in the first place. As I always say, like we can't free bet fold this button versus small unless we've got some sort of stone cold read that our opponents just got it and got us crushed. But it's so important to make these decisions in the first place, and ace jack off gets the ace queen to fold there. Nice jam from Gary, but Harry not wanting to free bet call ace queen for 40. Small blind versus button. Interesting play. I always say in these spots, if we're not comfortable free bet calling, then just flat.
Is the story initially, if I'm raising, I'm calling?
Well, it should be. It should be with that hand.
Yeah.
Like in general, in that spot there, 40 effective, button open. Like we're going to want to free bet stuff like nines to call off. We're going to want to free bet ace queen to call off ace king, the obvious ones, queens, kings, aces, and then we also want some bluffs in there as well. And like our bluffs are going to be like, we don't want to like free bet fold a hand there like jack 10 suited, for example. So that would just always fall in call, because we don't want to free bet, get jammed on, have to fold a hand with great playability.
Jack 10
and
suited is
equity.
just as good as ace queen, really.
So then our bluffs for Harry there are going to come from stuff like maybe ace deuce, ace three suited, where we fold out some better ace highs, maybe like a king jack off where we fold king queen, some ace highs. So this is like where the free bet bluff should come from. But like ace queen at 40, like theoretically with no ICMs, never going to be folding that spot. But maybe Harry just doesn't expect people to 4-bet send light. But in that particular dynamic, button versus small, it's difficult to get away from it. Like the thing is, if we're only calling ace king as our non-paired hand there tower, then we just fold like too much stuff. Our opponent can just start 4-betting some ace 10, start 4-betting some queen jack suited in the form of a jam. May have had a read that was incorrect. You never know. Maybe some dynamic between the players. So important when putting in these additional original free bets. Already ask yourself the question, what is going to happen if we're jammed on, and make that decision there and then. I got a really nice spot to jam here as Andy Miles for 20. Still fold equity when it's south of 30% of our stack. At Harry, it's a cut-off open, it's a button free bet. Suited Broadway could definitely jam here for 21 to start the hand. I do find in a live setting though, when someone has just free bet and then they free bet the very next hand, it is tended to be more weighted towards value, because psychologically people don't want to like free bet bluff and free bet bluff again, because they're worried that their opponent will now play more 4-bets, but that's just not the case. And Gary, king jack suited, wouldn't be going anywhere with this one. I think call's fine. If we are slightly deeper, one that could 4-bet once again in the form of a bluff, but I feel like at 50, slightly too shallow. King jack suited, cut off versus button. Really nice looking prospect. But then once again, maybe the same thing that Andy Miles just thought. This player's just 3-bet folded, so maybe feels like he's going to be weighted more towards value with the next 3-bet coming in.
And this time Gary does not want to see a flop. Wrexham soon. What was that?
He's going, eh?
Wrexham, unless you're on about a cup or whatever it is, or is it? Our best player's gone this year.
Your best player?
Yeah. The Dolphin's gone.
A dolphin?
A Dolphin. Very versatile Mr. O'Doffin has gone. That's us searching for value yet again from Division 3 and 4. Oh dear.
You want Werner? You want Timo?
He might not get a game.
You can have Timo. Joey's not scored this season, Timo.
I'm not surprised. He's on a par.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm not being funny. I reckon he's on a par with that Ujulund up front for Man United.
Oiland.
Is that his name?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
He is absolutely the worst buy in Premier League history.
I actually know someone that had a bet at the start of the season. They were given 5-1, and they backed Werner not to score a goal all season in the Prem.
Get away.
Yep, and it's obviously coming.
5-1.
Yeah, 5-1.
Should be even.
He was looking to start most games at the start of the season. It's not like
Timo Werner
For-
and
for-
Oiland or whatever he's called.
for a winger.
Dear me.
For a winger not to score in a whole Premier League season. I know he hasn't had full 90s in games. He's come on some games, but even still, he should have nicked one.
Some people.
That's the only one that was like, especially fucking four bed down on the right.
Did anybody get any beautiful winners of each league bets up this year? We normally get somebody in the chat saying we treble for this year and we quadruple. Yeah, the four-timer. Liverpool were sixes. I didn't realise we were that big. For the league, yeah. We were 6-1 for the league, Liverpool.
Well, Gary Neville was convinced they wouldn't come top four this year, weren't he?
Is that what he said?
Yeah, his predictions. He had Liverpool dropping out of the top four. He had Arsenal to win the league, City second, Man U were third, I think, and Chelsea were like fourth.
To be fair, at Christmas, Man U and Chelsea could have been relegation fodder.
Yeah.
And then Chelsea completely turned it around.
Yeah.
And now they're playing Champions League football.
Not the only ones. Champions!
Just tune back in, says Richie. Seat 2 for the win. I wonder why. Maybe it's the jersey.
Funny, we played golf last Thursday. Got to play that course I sent you a picture of, and my partner's helping me read the putt, and he goes, it's about 3 cups left, and I've like pulled it miles left, and I've missed it by an absolute chunk, and he goes, I said 3 cups left, and I go, what, not Europa League cups? I went, hey, like that. But because I went out with my mate Jordan, who's a Man U fan, and a couple of others on that Thursday, and it was a fun round because obviously getting the stick.
If the result had been the other way around, you'd have overslept.
Yeah, I would have.
1 minute left of this level, and then there's a final 15-minute level to go to the break, and the final numbers will be with us after level number 12's break is finished. And then levels 13 to 16 on the stream for an hour, around about 10 to 12 to midnight. We will finish for the evening. At the moment, 32 going through so far.
7. They're all his, mate.
This one, that's all.
It just showed me that I have 4 better, 3 better. I can't see the break, I can't see the change colour.
King 9 for Scarlett. Wants to have a look, limps in on the button. 10-6 of clubs for Yazoo. Probably just completes it. Not going to be folding when we get this price. 1k more to call.
Right, any picture.
And anything for the Wilco. King 8 off in the big blind.
Check, please.
We saw him shop the King 7 for a similar stack in a similar scenario.
Don't even get
This time does knuckle.
Bit wary of the limp on the button. So Jack 8, 5, 2 clubs is out with the flush draw. Wilco with middle. Scarlet with not a lot of it.
And suddenly Yazoo up and down to go alongside his flush draw, but Scarlet jumps out in front, turning a pair of 9s here. And as Yazoo going to start betting. Maybe the intention of jamming Rivers as well here, Tower. I know Yazoo's probably going to think here that North Scarlet or Wilco ever has a jack because they're just lead flop. So once we don't get raised on the turn here, best case scenario, we're up against 9x at best from one of these two. So I feel like on Brick Rivers, we are going to see a jam from Yazoo. feel like if the 8 or 9 pairs, maybe the heart's complete, we're not going to be jamming.
Wilco, not the best 8 in the deck, but it'll do for Adam.
Yeah, and as I say, as usually, I think in his head he would have had plans on like a 3, a deuce, a 4, a pair in 5, maybe even like an ace, but on this pair, 8 or 9, it's just one we have to check. The way this is played, lots of 8x and 9x out there is played, and backdoor hearts also completing. Well time shutdown at the Wilco, gonna go on the value hunt with River Trips. Small size, Scarlet's gonna pay. Now, that should be that. Unless maybe reading into Wilco's size, there's never Trips or better here, and Scarlet the same, but I feel like can't do anything as usual.
The Wilco fist pumps.
2 outed on the river.
2 Howard.
Well, 2 outed Scarlet. I know Yazoo had
Fist pump.
a lot of outs.
Loved it, he did, loved it. I would love it if this comes in.
Don't do. Ace King earlier, King Jack. 1 each now, 1 each.
12 minutes. Take us a final break for the turbo flight. New feature table. And we will have confirmed prize pool and numbers, guys. Won't have a payout structure as of yet till tomorrow, but we'll know how many are in with registration closing and this being the final flight for the voyage. Quiet to kick things off on the Wednesday evening with the turbo. It's Paul. Gone quiet, last sort of 45, but does find a top end holding. Ace Queen in the hijack. Does open. Brings us to 5k. Can't see Scarlet doing much. King Jack's out suited for Wilco here. I think jam's kind of nice. I think jam's really nice. 16 to start the hand. Feel like a real nice spot to just say the words I'm all in against a hijack range. Fold out some ace highs. Still going to have nice equity when called with this particular holding. Like it's a really good spot to move all in.
Yeah, Paul's going to snap. This is not folding this one.
I hope not.
Well, Gary's in out of the way, obviously, but Paul will call. And there we go, Ace Queen.
I guess Wilco's happy with what he sees.
Absolutely, 60-40.
2 live cards.
Oh, that's right, you're right. King Jack's in here tonight, sorry.
King Jack's the answer, Scarlet.
Oh, that's not
8, 10, 5, no help there.
Queen.
Well, we're up and down, and we can also find a king. So ace 9 king.
And it's not. Wilco eliminated, taps the table. The King Jack did not work this time.
At least he's got a pint to enjoy.
Yeah.
Always smiling is Wilco.
We've got another 9 minutes to jump in again.
Where is he? Oh, I went for the MPL. It's gone.
Disappeared. We'll get it on. We'll get it on. Updated MPL will be with us tomorrow. 9 minutes to go until the end of this session. And then we're back after the 15-minute break.
Did you get trained down today, or did you have a
drive?
Did you drive?
It's longer on the train than it is to drive.
Is it really?
Yeah, about 40 minutes.
Oh,
It's awful.
Okay.
It's 4
Changes.
4 changes.
Yeah. Well,
It's terrible. So we had to drive Mikey asleep in the boot in the back of the car, wakes up 15 minutes
Yeah.
to go.
I could-
Wakes up at the Mid-Eastern Stadium.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Are we stopping? Are we stopping for a coffee? Oh dear. PK on his laptop in the passenger seat doing all his work.
Yeah.
And there's me, head down.
Ace Queen for Yazoo. Gotta go. In the hijack here, 8 big blinds.
All of it.
I mean, I know that when went to I saw you go. Yeah, yeah. It's like, I won.
No, I should have done the same, really. I did the same. He's a good guy. It was not.
9-3 off into the muck.
He was just getting 10, 25.
Okay guys, after this now it's going to be a break, and after the break you'll be moving to table 16.
Just to let you know,
Take all your stuff with
feature
you.
table change after the break, so will be some new faces and some familiar ones.
Queen 6 for Scarlet out of the way. This could be in again. For 11. Yeah. No, just raises.
Yeah, I think once again a function that, like a tough table, we just jam. I feel like Fury jam, King 9 suited, but we feel like we've got an edge, just 2BB it. Got Harry in the chat, who's obviously on his break on YouTube. Says, usually a call there, Jay. Agreed. I have seen some fairly tight play from the ace-jack player and didn't expect him to be shoving worse. So I elected to fold for 40 effective. Talking about the ace-queen, ace-jack hand button versus small.
Yeah, I thought 32 was a bit too big. I know the idea was to have that little story in your head, but
I guess it's fine to
I'm siding with the full for 32.
sort of change your mind mid-decision, have sort of a set decision and you pick up on something, or your gut sort of goes the other way. Just one of those. If he's got ace-king, we're like, how on earth he let this one go? What a fold. Because you got impipped, it looks worse. But understanding game when you're at the feature, lights on you, it's a lot different. But thank you for your input, Harry. Always nice to know sometimes what's going on.
Good looking final session. If you're still in. Could have carnage.
Yeah, could have had carnage.
Two or three hands left of this session, and then a well-earned break, and then back for the final numbers and the final session. Finish the live stream today around about midnight, just before.
Unfortunately, Richie Byrne, I never got to speak to him. Oh, Bobby Mavro, that's what we're calling him, weren't we?
Ooh.
There's a guy on the FT in Cyprus wearing a Spurs shot,
Oh,
and his
right.
name was Mavro Mustakis. So they were called, well, the other commentators called him Bobby Mavro. I don't know what Bobby Davro looks like, but I'm guessing there was some sort of resemblance to Bobby Davro. But I never got to chat with him because he had a Spurs top on the final. Guess who he had on the back of all the Spurs players?
What, current Spurs players?
Current Spurs players.
Son.
He went for Ben Davis of all people. Bear in mind the bloke was Greek and not Welsh, but he had Ben Davis on the
I
back.
thought he was on loan somewhere. Is he not at Sheffield United?
No. Ben Davis has been at Spurs, not been on loan out for about 8 seasons, I'd say.
Oh, right.
Sheffield United. You weren't thinking of Jed Spence last year, were you? Did he go?
No, he's at Hughes. He's at Hughes.
Yeah. Who did Jed go back on loan to? Did he go back to
Forest,
Leeds?
really.
Oh, it might have been
Came
Forest,
from
actually.
Forest, yeah. There was somebody that came on for Sheffield United in the final that looked a bit like. Oh no, it was in from Everton. That Davis. He used to be right back. Or left back.
Davis for Everton.
So was a Davis for Everton. Where's Ian Roberts when you need him?
Where's anyone? Unfortunately, not got whole cards this hand, guys. They will be with us shortly.
What's happened here then?
It's just a weird choice, like Ben Davis. You're not Welsh.
You're not related.
Yeah, like why would you have Ben Davis on the back? But then again, I used to have a Suakotto back 15 years ago as the Spurs name on the back. Benoit Suakotto.
Tom Davis, that's the one. There we go. Tom Davis. Cheers. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so just a quick reshuffle with the action. Hopefully we'll have some whole cards for the viewers.
Yeah, no, what's happening here? Was in nothing.
There we go.
There we go. We'll just catch up. Sorry about the graphics on the left. Just catching up.
Tiny little flat from Ian here. I actually really like this off 20. Like when we do get this short, nice to have like aces as a trap where when we sort of 3-bet not all in, it's really polar and blocking a lot of the hands that would 4-bet jam on us. So got a lot of time for this from Ian. Just continue calling though. We are going to play the trap option. Want to keep some ace highs in. And goes for raise right off the bat. Loses the 9% equity hand with position. Feel like it's a nice spot to trap pre, but when we do, I feel like with position we just keep calling. It was me, one of me Xbox gamer tag used to be a Suakotto, Richie Byrne. I don't know why, I just had I just loved the bloke, and I backed him every single game for about 3 years. First goal scorer for Spurs.
Really?
And it come in twice. Once against Liverpool.
You must have been plus EV. You must have been hundreds.
No, he was like, used to be about 40s or something like that. But it come in twice. Once against Newcastle and once against Liverpool. The Liverpool one was when it come off the wall, when it come back to him, he absolutely pinged it with his left foot. And I think the Newcastle one was when we won 5-0.
5-0?
Yeah.
Yeah, weird.
He was me guy. A Suakotto. Ian, aces again? Give them back, sir. Back-to-back aces, Tower. 45,000 to one shot. It don't happen very often. And once again, he's up against King Queen, but this time he is the aggressor. Gary won't be wanting to catch a top pair. Oh dear.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Just check over to the aggressor. No leading as Gary here. Just want to play check. Get some like ace-7 through ace-deuce here. That's drawing very slim to c-bet potentially.
Makes it 10. Should just be a call.
Yeah, I don't big
Oh,
raise.
there's a raise.
Yeah, it's one of these. Like Ian's going to be checking back all this like ace jack, king jack, jack 10, jack 9 suited type of stuff. So, like when we do raise here,
All of it.
it's
And
really
a call.
it's really hard to get value from worse.
Ouch, says Gary.
But I feel like if we're at like 15, we're happy to just raise, call, get it in. So I think probably fine from Gary. I feel like when we got the king of spades, it's one that probably just likes to call, only needing protection.
Last end of the session, ending with an all-in and a call.
Oh.
King on the turn.
Have some of that. Why
Oh, man.
just get it in on the flop and ping it off?
Oh, aces and jacks. There we go. You give it one hand, you take it away t'other.
Counterfeit central.
Wowzers. Big hand to finish. See you in 15 with the final session of the day. We are chatting to Ewan McNicholas. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good, thank you, Tara.
Great to have you on the circuit.
Yeah.
How did you actually get into the game?
So I first started playing poker when I was at university. One of my flatmates was playing, and then I went to the UKSPC, run by Croziner, actually. It was one of my first introductions to poker.
Yeah.
And I met one of my best friends, Chris Maguire, there.
Yeah.
We played a tournament together, and we ended up dropping it. And I was kind of hooked from there. That was it.
The UKSBC had got some great names,
Yeah.
and obviously you guys. Do you still keep in touch with these kind of people?
Yeah, I mean, some of my best friends are people I met in the UKSPC. Chris Maguire, Jack Oliver, Tim Joyner, these people I talk to every day still.
Yeah. Before lockdown, you'd only got like 2 cashes.
Yeah, well,
I
wasn't playing. I was playing very recreationally before lockdown, kind of at university, the odd student game here and there, but never really took it too seriously.
Yeah. Did it help the lockdown?
Yeah, massively. So at the start of lockdown, I lost the job I was doing because it just got shut down. I was working as an outdoor activity instructor.
Yeah.
So that industry was just wiped out, obviously.
Yeah.
And I started playing online during lockdown, and then kind of just all snowballed from there.
Yeah. 2021, obviously. Biggest score ever.
Yeah.
At the minute, 165,000 to UKPT.
Yeah, it was a good one.
Can you remember it all?
Patches of it, yeah. It all went past in a blur. I kind of just, for 3 days, ran as hot as the sun.
First time I've seen some excitement from the players. They're on their feet.
Ewan, ace 5 to das ace jack.
One time.
29% equity to be champion. 29% to be champion. 71%. We double up. Flop time. Oi. Never easy.
Any 4
10,
balls?
3 deuce.
He's in better shape now than he was before.
4 out of 5 needed. We need to fade a 4 out of 5 to double. A 4 out of 5, there'll be a cheer. Oh my word, the crowd went wild.
So it felt good doing that. Yeah.
That helps.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Was that your first main event or the first series, first season?
Both. It was the first ever like GKPT series I played, and so that was the first bullet of the main event I ever played. Yeah, it was straight in.
Yeah. Can you remember much about the final table?
I remember a few hands where, like, I remember getting it in with a pair and a flush draw on the turn against a set, and making a flush on the river, and getting it in something like ace 5 off versus Jack, so Jack Hardcastle and winning. And kind of those 2 hands are the ones that kind of stick in my mind of like.
Probably not reminded of it too much by Jack, you know.
I think I can directly quote him saying, "I think I started your career." I think he said that. Yeah, kicked off your career or something. The sort of thing you would say.
Yeah, obviously Vegas 2021 as well. Going out there.
Yeah.
Was that the first year you could go out, or was it just the first year that you wanted to go out?
So, what year are we in now? Vegas 2021.
How old are you, by the way?
25.
Okay, right. Okay.
Yeah. So it was the first year after lockdown.
Yeah.
First time I went out was because my friend Jack Oliver was going deep in the main, and I had a small piece of him.
Yeah.
And I was playing chasing the National League that year.
Yeah.
Right. So I was doing all these tournaments, and I was actually in a tournament in 25-25 at the end of the year in Bolton, and a few of us who were like friends with Jack and all had a small piece were texting each other like, "Oh my god, there's like 100 odd people left. We actually need to like book a flight and get out there, because if he makes the final turn, we have to be there."
I'm gonna say when you're scrolling through all the updates, day 7, day 8, day 9, you're like, this is real, this isn't it?
So my first Vegas trip was kind of booked while playing 25-25, and I remember getting an Uber from the 25-25 by my parents' house to pick up a bag of clothes and my passport to the airport. I remember the Uber cost me £450. Yeah. And then we got...
Obviously what Jack's done, you've got a piece of him. The Uber didn't really matter, but that was literally your first trip to Vegas.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. It was amazing. It was a
Doesn't get-
good first time, yeah.
Doesn't get much better as an experience. Obviously, flying out to Vegas, we know Jack did what he did, and the scenes on the rail.
Yeah.
They all got showered in champagne or whatever it was, Corona or whatever it was.
I think it was a beer rather than a glass of champagne, but yeah.
The experience with Jack, and obviously the railing him on the FD.
Amazing.
That would be. You had a couple of final tables as well.
Yeah, not quite WSOP final tables, but a few final tables here and there, and
We could do with you and Nicholas on that. I'd be
Yeah,
there.
that'd be fun.
We'd all be there in Vegas. That is for sure. But no, your first time in Vegas, that's just unbelievable. Just knowing that your first trip.
I know, and I spent quite a lot of time out in Vegas now, mainly playing cash, but I'm going in 2 days' time actually for the summer for 7 weeks, so can play tournaments all summer, which will be fun.
Very nice. You had a change. You had the you had the Ewan McNicholas look, and everybody in the card room knew when Ewan McNicholas walked through the long locks, the flowing locks, the ponytail, the swish of the hair. What made you change, man?
I don't know really.
Not saying it's a bad thing.
I had the hair kept growing through lockdown, and then kind of just kept it throughout. But it's a lot of effort having hair that long. You kind of gotta make sure
it's a uni look,
brush
and
it,
you obviously getting out of the uni look.
Yeah, but no, all gone now. It's been gone for a while, but no real reason, just kind of lots of small reasons.
Yeah. So we burst on the scene in 2021. 2022, what was that like?
Oof.
You had a couple of tables, couple of final tables of a bracelet event, but nothing as big as obviously the main event.
Yeah.
What was the experience like?
So I never final tabled a bracelet event.
No, all right, okay.
I final tabled a load of GKPT stuff, which was good. But I took it a little bit easier in 2022.
Yeah.
After chasing the National League for the whole of the year before, it was.
But you do play a lot online, don't you?
Yeah.
It's not like we know you from live,
Yeah,
obviously, but you do play a lot online.
Yeah, no, I kind of play everything. Bit of online cash, online tournaments, live cash, live tournaments. I kind of just love it all. I like to mix it up. I get kind of stale if you do the same thing over and over. But yeah, 2021 was a fun year. Just travelled around the GKPT circuit a bit, did summer in Vegas.
But in 2022 we did final table at GKPT.
Yeah.
Blackpool.
Yes.
Was that the one that got away?
Yeah, that was.
If anybody runs bad at the wrong time, was that the one?
Yeah, that was a fun one. I kind of felt like a slight lost opportunity. I remember I made a hero call and lost to a bluff for a big pot, and then stone next hand lost a flip and I was out.
Yeah.
And it's the amazing classic race 400 at the GUKPT Blackpool final. Unbelievable. You needs help. Can find a queen now as well. Picked up 2 at this. 6 of spades, no help on the turn. So Ewan down to ace, king or queen.
An ace, a king or a queen, and it's not, it's paint, but it's a jack. Which means we lose Ewan McNicholas, eliminated in 4 for £37,840. The race of all races, as it happens. Well done, Ewan. He'll be a little bit upset that he's not closed it out. You know, he had the chip lead for a while, and just one of them. You win that race, and it's obviously the other way around.
Yeah, the ace jack.
But Maxime, who chopped the mini 300, is now 300 for the main.
So I kind of went from thinking I was going to win it 4-handed to out in 2 hands, but it's what it is. You can't win every tournament.
No, that is true, and obviously we've had the win, we've had the big win. But I thought when we were watching, we just thought We just thought that that was just a getaway. We thought you and Nicholas, this was your time. That's what we thought.
I thought so too.
Yeah. 20 last year. Obviously last year we get to Vegas 16 times you cashed.
Oh yeah, it was
16. Is that a good thing to cash on a regular basis?
It's better to cash than not to cash. But
does it feel bad that they're not all bigger cashes?
Yeah, so I mean, I had a lot of caches, but I pretty much only had min caches throughout the series. I think I had like an 11th in an online bracelet, and then a 20th or something in a turbo event, turbo bracelet. But just lots of min caches. So I just played a lot. I had a bad summer. But
a bad summer and 16 caches.
Yeah, well,
good job we had 16 caches if you were a bad summer.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse.
Your final table, when we get over here, your final table, 3 high rollers.
Yeah.
And the high rollers we've watched a lot of, they always seem to be tough fields.
Yeah.
But you do regularly well in the high rollers. What is it about the high rollers?
If you play a lot of them, eventually your final tables have. Yeah, I mean, all these things, that the GKPT high rollers, it's kind of, a lot of it's kind of the same group of people that play a lot of them, and just everyone's really tough. There's obviously a lot of pros that play them, but even the guys that aren't playing professionally, they're really good. Yeah. There's not that much difference between them. They play really good, play really solid. Yeah. And they're good structures. They get quite quick as well. So you just got to win some all-ins. Yeah. They're a lot of fun. I really enjoy them.
Yeah. Obviously, the optimum is the day 2 binds, and we see a lot of late legs. Max late reg seems to be a big thing. Yeah. Is it something you could put out there and say this is actually a good thing to do if you can do it?
Yeah. The max day regs are great fun. You kind of come in, spin it up or don't spin it up. You just got to be prepared to lose an all-in and you're home. Not much playing it sometimes.
No, absolutely not.
No, it can be a great opportunity.
If we are not playing live and you're playing online, do you have a structure to what you're going to be playing? Do you look at the games online? Do you think this is my kind of game?
Memorabilia. I wish it was like 100k or something. Yeah. Bag for the cash.
Table 16. Thank you.
Always bring a jacket in. Always. Oh, it used to be. They fixed the aircon. They can't turn it off here. They said it's apparently stuck on.
Final session.
Hour left to go, guys. New featured table, final session of the day. Arthur Biggs in 1, Zexwang Huang.
Arthur Big?
Arthur Big.
Well, they've not got a full big. He hasn't even got one big.
No.
Arthur Big.
Arthur Big. That's all he's got. Zexwang Huang in 2, David Buckley in 3. Sokol in 4, Rofikel Mia in 6, Mark in 8, and Ravi in the 9 seat.
And he's half a bigs in.
Yeah. Ravi was the opener, getting after it with Queen 9 from EP, having to call this off. Will like what he sees. 2 live cards against the Ace Deuce.
It's the best name in poker.
Arthur Big.
Arthur Biggs.
Tower's gone here. We got an all in and call to cover, guys, but I'm still here. Fading Queens
We've got
and
a full big
9s. Arthur Biggs.
Yes. Go on, Arthur. Is this played to a winner, says Paul? Yes, it is, but tomorrow. We've got an hour of play today, and then we're back tomorrow with however many are left. 32 at the minute.
Do you remember in Luton last year when we had that Barrington Winter song
Oh,
or something
yeah.
like that? We were like,
Yeah.
oh, I bet he's arriving in his helicopter, old Barrington.
Oh, Barrington. Turned up and said, "Been watching you, my name's Barrington." Oh, you were a nice lad. Evening, Tim. Good luck to everybody. Are you not turning up in Reading, Tim?
He was here yesterday, sat next to me in the
Well,
PLO.
I say it's local to Tim, it's Reading.
We said it was nearly 10 years ago. We were sat on the stage for the final table picture when Ali Malou got everyone.
Aye. Told me he'd do a win it as well, and he did. The Malou. Got 1 hour to go. Full session. looks like Chris has got his dancing number on. He's got I am number 13 to the floor, please. Contestant number 13. Evening, Cat. Watching in Edinburgh.
How do you know that? She might be on holiday. She might pop to a friend somewhere else.
Cat, where are you watching?
King Queen suited for Ravi over
Benidorm.
+1. And Esmau in the big blind, Ace 10 suited. Feel like a nice one to just call versus +1. Like, we don't really achieve anything in terms of what we're folding out. That does just go for the free bet to 11k and Ravi fold, King Queen suited.
Ravi?
What?
Ravi?
40 bigs. Esmau had 30 to start the hand, but even 2, a click, and we got King Queen suited in position.
Yes, looking forward to it. Back up in Edinburgh.
I won't be there, Cat, but you'll see me back end of the year for this one.
Yes. We've got the Vic.
Edinburgh in October, that's going to be fun.
Fresh. We might be back for the Vic. We'll let you know. 16th till the 20th, we're live streaming the Vic.
What happens if it's not ready, out of interest?
It will be.
It will be. Are you going to get down there with your hard hat on and you're still soak ups if week before if it's not ready?
Down every week, 3 times a week, he goes down.
Does he?
Yeah, gives him a hand.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Are we on time, lads? The Vic will be ready.
Does he go down with like a little GoPro and Boovy's like, got to move this screw 2 inches to the left, please, guys, because that's where the feature's going. You got to move this 1 inch up. Rofikel, King Queen, sending for 20 over the gun open from Ravi. Ace Queen suited for Mark in the big blind here. Still got Ravi to worry about from gun, so tough one here for Mark, but wouldn't fault him for going with this one, especially as Ravi is the opener. Person that's probably going to be opening the wide is, so therefore the button's going to take some lighter shoves, and the Ace Queen suited does just go, and Ravi having to fold his. Yeah, no, Ravi's got to fold after this action occurring in front.
Yes. Ace Queen for Mark, Ace Queen folded, King Queen for Roffy.
Good luck getting out of this one, Roffy. Jack 10, running kings, only having you.
That is dead on the chair.
So going to lose Ruffy and no more buy-ins available.
No. Lost one.
Actually, have a look now at the confirmed number.
Go on then, give it us. Unlucky Ruffy.
243 on
Very
5
nice.
off. Didn't quite hit the 248 prediction, but
243.
can't complain at 243.
Very nice indeed. Well done, 1-0. Three cards, missed it.
Super Hold'em.
Missed it. No action has taken place.
Game that never got caught on Super Hold'em. I've actually got a final table in Malta from about 7 years ago for a Super Hold'em final table.
They never run a tournament.
Yep, they did. In
Did
Malta,
they?
at the Battle of Malta, I made a Super
To be fair, I'd have been
Hold'em
there. but
final table.
I'd have been working. Super Hold'em.
You just have three. You get dealt with 3 cards, and you can use 1 from your hand, none from your hand, 2 from your hand, or all 3 from your hand. So you get dealt 3 aces. Comes a pair on the board. Your ace is full. And like people make the
You can use 3 cards.
yeah,
like
people
that.
make the misstep in that game. Say if you've got like ace, king, queen as your hand, it comes like king, king, deuce, 3, 7, and matey calls with ace, king as well. But then you go back to your next third card, so then my queen would play as the next kicker. Say if he's got like ace, king, jack, I'd actually win the pot. Great game, Super Hold'em. Back to normal Hold'em though, as Arthur sends it in here. I feel like one that could potentially just go for 2 bigs under the gun here is Arthur. Like it's just one of these ace 10 that ace 9 doesn't call, ace jack does, so it's a situation where when we are called, we're hoping to flip against maybe like 7s or 9s, and if not, need to find a 3 out, and then it's a situation when we make it 2 bigs. Ravi defends hands that we dominate in the big that have reduced equity against us. Six one comes to the table, 6-7 suited under the gun, going to treat himself. Good hat for a poker player. Risk management. Ravi just king queen into the muck in the small blind.
He does not like king queen.
Yeah, I'm shocked that he didn't peel the, what was it, like a 5 big blind 3-bet out of position. He's got king queen of hearts and didn't want to take it to the streets. I was shocked at that, I'll be honest. Ravi doing Ravi things, as we say. Goes about his own business in his own way, has his own game.
JG says the foghorn's back.
Who's the foghorn?
The snorer from last year, when John was in, get him his spare room, spare bed.
Okay, yeah,
In
I
his
remember.
room.
Foghorn.
He said, nothing by foghorn Lego.
That's quite a good nickname, actually.
So Marcus in 5.
6-7 suited for Ravi. On the button. If he folds this one, I'm gonna. Oh my word! What is he? Is he?
What are we going to do? Finish that sentence?
I'm gonna run out
You're
there.
going to fetch the teas? Is that what you're going to say?
I'll go and fetch the teas.
When you're off to Vegas, Gary? Is it this weekend? I think it is, isn't it? I think it's this weekend.
Yeah, Gary's off. Spoke to him yesterday. He said he's Going to.
Enjoy.
JG says, I still haven't slept properly since. But I'm a big snorer as well, JG, but just have to deal with it. Bring your earplugs. To be fair, I think I've told this story before, but the golf trip that we go on a yearly basis, after the first year I went about 4 years ago, I then had Deaf Wes, as we call him, as my bed partner, because I snore so loud. They put me with the deaf geezer, and obviously that's the way to get around it, because he can't hear me. The bloke that snores the loudest goes with the bloke that can't hear. That's how it works. I think it actually works out quite well. Friday morning, Gary is off to Vegas.
From Manchester. Very nice indeed. Enjoy.
Mark, ace 10, opens to 9. David with the queen 7 in the big line, not going to look at 3.
Friday morning.
We're so overdue in the main event, the Brits, to win a main. I feel like it could be the year. Got to be soon. Hope it's you, Tower. Can you imagine the first one to do it? The Tower.
First one.
Pocket jacks for Mark. This is always going in these two hands at this stack depth. Unfortunate for Arthur Biggs. Runs into a hand that dominates us. I'm going to need to find a 10.
Oh, he's got no bigs. He's going to be heading out the door.
Well, how about the ace-queen run out for a chop? That would be fun.
Move down to a 10. Oh, poor old Arthur Biggs has got no bigs. Makes another jack. Bit of overkill. Arthur exits. Fist bump. See you later. Local lad. Into the turbo. Busting out. Monkey Arthur.
JG says it will be Ben Miller, no doubt, to win the 10k, mate. I just feel like we're so overdue as the Brits. I feel like someone's got to win it within the next... Well, I said this a couple of years ago. Someone's got to win it within the next sort of 5 years. And
Got to get lucky every now
I feel like we are due in the WSOP main. Obviously, Americans always favourite just with the volume of players they get to play it.
Yeah.
But we got one extra Brit over there this year, going to be in the mix. Actually, I've got Eastie's been bugging me for a swap the last sort of year. You might be able to have a swap with Eastie.
A swap with Eastie? He did cash in 2022.
He did. There's Mel Sevens from Gum.
Law 21.
So I wanted to call here, but had two 5Ks in his hand and both hit the felt at the same time, and then he took one back, so should be going as a raise to 10k. Two chips in at the same time. I know it was probably a mistake, but when they're both dropped over the line at the same time, should be going as a raise to 10. Obviously didn't mean to do it. It was one of those situations where he's just dropped two chips in over the line. And should be going as a raise, as it is one motion. Was an accident.
Yep.
By the way, I haven't seen
So it is a race.
Might work out for him. Might get like an 8-9 off to fold in the big blind. Well, Jack 10 suited to David. Even that's going to fold, so that is a win for us. A hand like that with great equity against ours, and there you go, 10-9 off in the big, getting that out there as well. So it works out well for Esmail.
Shows them the sevens that he was trying to call. Mark chip leader. Last hour of the day.
green chip. One green chip.
One's up to 2,000.
Ace 10 opens. Esmail, King Deuce off. This is probably one of these prime ones. I doubt Esmail the type to take it, but at 30 BBs, offsuit high low, sort of where the free bet not all in bluffs are going to come from.
8-10 jack flop. Second pair for the Schwan.
No way he's leading. No way he's leading.
Makes it 12.
Yeah, and now as next one, this is kind of awkward here with Ace 10 when Esmail goes for this lead for 60% pot. We're not loving life. But we got second pair, top kick up. Going to assess on the turn, but I'm not sure what Esmail's up to here. Should just check over to the aggressor.
He knows it's coming. He knows he's pinging on the turn.
Oh, you gotta love this game. You just absolutely gotta love it.
And
Now
then
he
bets
wa- and now he wants to
40,000, he
pot, like,
smashes 40k in.
should check here. Like once we
Pot
turn
size,
top
he's going to turn over the kit. Oh no, he's not.
Oh, this is great. Esmail bar Maddie. He's mad, all right. I give him that. He is mad. That was a optimistic line that works against Xwad's actual holding, but even when we turn the king there, it's sketchy against the range our opponent has. Going to have better two pairs, going to have better top pairs, going to have turned straights. Ravi just fives into the muck from gun.
Was he locked up for the night?
He's obviously locked up. He's obviously had a bet with someone that he makes day two. Gotta be. Something's going on. And Sokol here, just someone's in the water in Reading. Ace deuce off, just in the middle for 13 from cut off. That button may be okay. Cut off still free to get through. Seems adventurous. But we can still find our bullet as Sokol. 8's for Mark. Snap call. No help there. Not even any real runners in sight. We got the running Queen Jack, but ace is the requisite.
Oh, hey! Ping, 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 ping!
Sit back down, sir. Got to fade the case 8.
Skull, 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 skull.
Is it Skull or is it Sokol?
Sokol. No, I was doing the advert. You won't remember the
I
advert.
don't know the advert.
One of the best adverts ever in the history of television. It was a cartoon. Skull is a lager.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember.
No, I don't know Skull.
Skull is a lager. He used to come in a. They were like Vikings, so it was like Danish lager or somewhere like that. and he used to bring one of them beer pots, so it were like frothy top on, and they skull, and they used to stand there in the pub shouting, skull, 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 and that was the advert. So he turned around to his mate and he went, "Why aren't you singing?" And he went, "I don't know the words." And it's literally skull, 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 skull. Great advert.
To be fair, the beer adverts are the best. John Smith's.
Exactly, the older band.
And not just that, the Heineken one, when the missus has got all her mates round and she's showing her walk-in wardrobe and they're all looking at the shoes and the thing, and then the bloke opens like a massive fridge and all the boys just start cheering, don't they? It's just a fridge full of Heineken and they all start cheering. The beer adverts, lager adverts are the best ones. I can't actually think of any other adverts better than these.
Great beer adverts.
Even the Foster's ones back in the day, the old with the two Aussies,
Australians.
they used to sit there.
Hello?
So blind on blind. Mark with the 4x open. Ravi in horrible shape here. 8% equity pre. Do well to have worse than that.
Ace high flop, ace 8-5. Not the best for Mark.
One good thing going for Mark though, like at this stack depth pre, like 23 bigs, there's going to be some of the stronger ace X that just want to jam for Ravi. So still will have some, but going to have reduced ace X combos at this stack depth. Does continue for 20k. Awkward for Ravi. Blind on blind.
Good he send it.
Well, he is just going to jam here. And I guess Mark with queens. Like, I probably wouldn't expect Ravi to jam a worse pair unless it was like 8x of spades specifically maybe, but you also don't really expect him to jam an ace here. Why would an ace jam? Doesn't need protection. Like if he has ace X, surely that just wants to call, keep bluffs in. When we got ace X on this board, it's a situation where our opponent's going to be drawing very slim in terms of equity, or just have us locked up when they have a better ace X holding. So I doubt Ravi's ever going to jam an ace here. I highly doubt it. And now Mark with the ladies, bit of a predicament here. With the ace present and having the queen of spades, not the best card to have. Maybe some flush draws that Ravi may take this line with. It's just one of these when we are up against ace X. Going to be drawing to 2 outs, but would Ravi take this line with an ace and does end up getting the queens to fold? Finds a way to wiggle out of that one.
Not the best hand to fold. So the final hour of the day. 2 more levels plus the 6 minutes to play.
I think get a cup of tea for the last 30. See us through.
Good shout. And then however many are coming back tomorrow, you will see it all live on the stream.
Blind on blind. Nice one for Zexuan to just go for a raise, not all in. It is favoured when we get shallow blind on blind. That we will have some jams, but we will also have some free bigs for value in position, stuff like aces, kings, all the strong stuff. So need some sort of trash in there to balance that out. Especially against thinking players, obviously it can be unbalanced against most, but little bit for both. Bottom for Zexuan. Going to go for the 1BB. Ravi middle and an up and down. Can't be going anywhere.
That was cool. Queen of spades on the turn.
Should be seeing check here a lot now as these two, Zexuan, difficult to get another street from worse with a deuce. Still some 5x, 6x in there. Ace high is a Ravi that we are going to be in front of.
King of clubs on the river for Zexuan. Gets there, turns it into 2.
Yeah, now it's going to actually be really interesting for Ravi here because, like, a lot of Zexuan's range that want to, like, bet river, going to be hands that want to bet turn in the first place. So, like, Ravi's actually going to value bet here. Feels like a 3 is the best hand once turn goes check, because even the 4x is X1, like, not much Queen X or Ravi, so even the 4x potentially get to bet again on the turn. So Ravi targeting specifically a deuce, and to be fair, if this come like a jack, a 10, something along those lines, it would be a delicious value bet. But unfortunately for us, X1 turns River's 2 pair. I'm just going to get to jam for value. And it's going to be really interesting for Ravi because there's not really any hands that want to check turn that now want to jam this river other than the hands that catch this king. So it specifically has to be king deuce, king 3, king 4, all this type of stuff. But Ravi already knowing what he was going to do, getting out the way. Sign of a good player, that. Not getting himself in tangles, potentially leveling himself into the wrong decision, already aware what he's doing versus jam. So we go into the final 30 minutes or so, guys. Probably last hand at this level, and 2 more levels left for the day. Back tomorrow, 12:20 for the voyage day 2. Should be a nice full 8-9 hour day. Already looked at the structure. Feel like that's going to finish between 8 and 9 PM. And then the high roller. Going to be Friday. Sam will be in the booth with Tower, taking you through those proceedings. And then Saturday, we will cover a day 1 for the main event. And then Sunday, as always, at these UKPLs. Final day, playing it down to a champion and crowning the 888 UKPL champion Reading 2025. As Esmail, going to be back amongst it. Jack 10 suited. Starts with limp. Zexuan here, ace 9 off. Kind of interesting with this dead 4K out here because you feel like Esmail's never going to have like limp traps, so may actually go for send here as Zexuan. I'm not sure. I feel like this 4K is just going to be dead so often, and then we just got to get the big blind through ace 9 off for 20. Just got to get it through him, but once again, something I spoke about when Yuzu was sat there earlier, maybe feeling like he doesn't need to take these higher variance approaches in a field where potentially our edge is going to be big. Either way, we got action. We got top pair, top kicker for Zexuan, and Esmail with a weldy flop, 2 overcards, flush draw, gut shot on the 5-7-9. 11k to start things off into 16, 2/3 pot thereabouts. And top pair, top kicker of Zexuan. Not going to be going nowhere here, but I'm wondering how he's going to proceed against this big size. Like, I feel like Esmail, his limp range, going to have like 8-9, Jack 9 suited, Queen 9. So I feel like raise here off the bat would be fine from Zexuan. Just because we're going to assess that our opponent's never got over pairs. So now we have the nut 1 pair. And like he is, you think of his limp range, he's going to have like some 7-8 suited, some 8-9 suited, some Queen 9 suited. So we just straight away start getting some value from some of these hands. 6 of hearts on the turn. So some of the 8-9, 8-10 type stuff now completing. Pocket 8 shouldn't be in there. Expect these to just raise pre. So awkward one now for Zexuan with the ace 9. 4 line up to the straight and have some of that. Just met with snap jam here from Esmau. Sets the lot in, trying to rep this 8 here. And it's difficult to call off here for Zexuan, because if we think our opponent's going to have a 9 or a 7, like these probably just knuckle back turn unless they have the straight or maybe 7x of clubs, the flush draw to go alongside it. So it's really hard to find bluffs here. I think I really like fold, especially holding the ace of clubs. Be some cool if he finds it, but I don't see how we can. We only really beat stuff like Queen Jack of clubs, Queen 10 of clubs, Jack 10 of clubs as he has, Jack 8 of clubs, like a few 5-6 combinations of like these combo draws. And then he is potentially just going to have some 5, 6s, some 6, 7 suited, 8, 9 suited, 7, 8 suited, Jack 8 suited, King 8 suited, like all these sort of suited 8x that want to limp in pre-flop. I feel like fold would be best here in the long run of Zexuan, but Zexuan makes a very good call. That's a tough call to make when we only really beat a few select holdings, in my opinion. Maybe the speed of his jam of Esmau could have had something to do with it, not thinking he's going to jam a straight that quickly on the turn. But here we go, big river coming up, needing an 8, a Jack, a 10.
A 10, that one. Esmail, sit right down. This one.
Yeah, made a
Gets
good call.
Gets it right.
Yeah, it's
gets
tough
a
call.
great call. And unfortunately, still gets rivered.
James Swan just got in from the pub. Come on, the foghorn.
Come on, the foghorn. I say, boy. I say, boy. Hey. Half an hour to go, ish. So the final couple of levels to finish the evening.
There's Arthur Biggs left us in seat 1. We've now got Ed Spencer Small.
Ed Spencer Small. So he's a small big.
Yeah.
Poor old Arthur.
Marius comes to take his seat as well.
Nice. Does well in these events. The outsides, the little Marius. Clock is the left one. 11 minutes and then one more level. Sometimes there's no justice. Superb call.
Yeah, it's a really tough call to make when we don't really beat much, and the stuff we do beat is going to have high equity against us anyhow. Mark, Ace King suited. 3 bets. Sorry, raises to 25. Goes for 5 big blinds as Esmau goes with limp. An instant punishment coming in on his direct left. And Ravi says he didn't fold King Queen suited in the chat box.
Yes, you did.
Said you had King Queen suited.
You didn't have King Queen suited. Peeled and don't 10-8-4. You did.
Maybe we missed a flop. Maybe we missed a flop. We missed it. Apologise, Ravi.
Absolutely, Rabbit. We totally believe you. As you came in and said you didn't fold King Queen suited. Jay was a bit taken aback, to be fair.
Yeah, I was. I nearly ran out there, I said, didn't I? I had to pause my sentence. Sockle here against limp, I feel like it's a really nice spot to jam here. Yeah, I love this from Sokol. It's gonna. Oh no, it's not gonna work.
Marcus.
Because the foghorn.
The foghorn with the tens. I got tens, boy! In they go. For 37. So Sokol's not going to be out if he does lose a hand.
Yeah, well, Sokol got it in with ace deuce a minute ago, didn't he? Against the pocket eights, and the ace come on the turn to survive. Can he find a 3-outer again? It's a similar flop to last time. He was only drawing to running Broadway as the back doors, or just an ace, and the ace come on the turn for him. Is it deja vu?
Uh-oh, don't do it again. King's playing.
Paint, wrong paint, no running, Jack King. Woo! Marcus is going to double up through Sokol. Sokol still with some chips to play with.
Rubber with the A7. And just call the ace 10. Heads up to the flop. King, 10, queen. High flop.
Yeah, probably one head. Checks back. One of these is Ravi. Either wave the white flag now, or we need to bet 2 streets. Does wave the white flag. Reason 2 streets, like once head checks back, he's not ever going to have 2 pair plus. He's just going to have a lot of Jack 10, Queen Jack, stuff like that. So we can potentially dislodge that by river.
The 10's going to win it. Heading towards the end of play. Just over 20 minutes to go tonight.
Esmal.
Marcus the Foghorn with the ace on an ace-high flop, ace-8 deuce.
And Esmal just basically gifted Marcus 6.5 bigs here. Could have just check folded the Queen 9, but
indeed. Marcus on the rampage to 133. Bit of a gift there.
It is 2.
4 minutes of this level and then one more level to go tonight.
Away.
Jack high flop, Jack 10-5. Can't see Ishmael's cards, not seen that all night. Queen on the turn for Mark. Top pair, now he bets. Oh no, I thought he was betting checks. He did bet. So, about 20 minutes to go tonight. Finish just before midnight. With the King Jack out of the small, no, sorry, out of the big. Completes Marcus's race. 10s again for Marcus.
A good little spell.
Any flop sets around? No, went over pair. 9, 6, 4.
I said Marcus finds like the big size here. Like one of these boards when we're at this stack depth, we want to potentially choose big to just set up a lot of pot size turn jams against big blind. Like it's so easy to just be on cruise control and just go for like the 9k third, but I feel like 3/4 pot, something like that in order, like a 21k. 21k would put 69 in there on the turn and Ravi's stack would be 67.5, so it's just one of these where I think we want to size up and just send on a lot of turns. Maybe if we did size up, we wouldn't have picked up this from Ravi. Little check raise with the overcards and spade in hand makes it 26k. And Marcus probably just willing to run this here and now. I feel like aces probably calls, but 10 still needing some protection. Well, he's just going to go for call, so we're going to the turn. And like 3/4 pot SPR.
The best card for Marcus. What does Ravi?
It's actually a really like quite a nice card because like Ravi shouldn't really have much Queen X. Like even Queen X of spades doesn't want to check raise at this stack depth unless they're check raising to get it in.
Oh, snap call! That's fantastic from Marcus. He'd already worked it out.
Yeah. Queen doesn't really change much. This is why I'm guessing he's flatting against Ravi. Keep the bluffs in of Ravi.
His chips were in the middle before Ravi even moved his across.
The only thing is, he has one big problem. It is Ravi.
It's Ravi. 10 Jack or King?
No.
No. Good game. Ravi eliminated. He tried it. And Marcus at 238,000. Chip Daddy.
Yeah, great. Half out for Marcus.
Say open, feature 9.
You think about it. Just in they went. They were in before Ravi had finished putting his over the line. Gary says, where are we streaming next after Reading? We are in Portsmouth while you're in Vegas. We have the Summer Series, and then we have... Summer Series starts 2 weeks today, and then we have Edinburgh, which follows the week after. We've got back-to-back Portsmouth to Edinburgh, just round the corner from each other.
Marcus got some chips to put to work. Open 7-5 suited to 12k. Ace 9 suited for Ed. Can it defend?
King 10-5.
Just out of the way, play it quickly. Last 13 of the day. Wants to try and spin a stack up. Day 2 tomorrow. Yes, Jack 10 off. In the middle from early position for 10 BBs. There's Mal with the King Queen here. Wouldn't expect Marius to be this wide. I do tend to see these lighter jams back end of the day. Sometimes some fatigue setting in. And King Queen off here. Wouldn't shock me if Esmail calls what we've seen from him already.
King Queen coming along for the ride. Can't be. Counting his chips. And in the bin they go.
I'd like to see that as Marius, but David snap calls in the big blind.
And just got the boots. Last level of the day, Marius is oot. Last level of the day, Marius is oot.
And clock should be getting paused very soon.
It's about 5 minutes, isn't it, on the turbo?
Yeah, it will be. It's 2, 3, or 4 in the turbo. We usually pause it at
Say open,
5.
feature 6.
Never 2. It's either 3, 4, or 5.
It can't be
I
5.
know,
It's
it
not
shouldn't
allowed
be.
to be 5.
I know it shouldn't be.
2 minutes per hand.
We know that. Don't tell me.
Should be 2, 3, or 4.
It should, you're right.
Big blind there. You didn't have a chance.
So final 20 of the day on its way.
But they're always ahead, I think. Yeah, I wonder. Because one of the people who started it, I didn't pull. You need a 9 on that flop.
Last 20. Any action in the last 20? Six, a jack and a queen, 2 diamonds. Open ender for David.
Got fun flop.
Middle pin, straight flush draw for Edward.
Yeah, I feel like one as David just could run it here and now if he wanted to. But there's only 15 bigs in head stack, but like, if we are going to raise, we need to raise call. So for that reason, may actually just land on call. See a turn.
Five of spades, turn.
Yeah, double gutted now as Ed. So I might have actually gone bigger on the flop of Ed for this reason, just because like we get a lot of turns we can just jam on. Kind of awkward now though, because we'd be jamming for what, 130% pot, so he's just going to take a freebie. Lovely card to see for David. That's the stones, sir.
Absolutely. That'll do nicely. If Edward a bit of showdown, but how big does David go? Oh, off. 51, even bigger.
The thing is, once Ed checks back turn, he's just not got a queen when he's this shallow. So, like, best hand Ed can have here is like a jack, maybe rivered pocket nines, 3 combos. Okay, nine suited does get out there.
You tricked me on the TV. You tricked me on the TV.
Absolutely, Gary. Make sure you give us an update of Vegas. Make sure you drop us a line. Let us know how much to put the food prices up, seeing as though the World Series is now here. You won't get any $4.99 breakfast like they've been advertising for the last 6 months.
Oh, yeah, no, not when the World Series on.
Absolutely not. And if anybody is going to Dave's hot chicken and can have the hot sauce, the hottest one he does, let me know.
Is the bloke actually called Dave?
Probably. Probably. Dave somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
24.
It's amazing how much they inflate the prices on the World Series here. A lot of people really run on about Blondies as well in Planet Hollywood, saying how good it is, and it's had some really, really good reviews. But yet again, $6.99 breakfast. I bet it's not $6.99 when Gary goes on Saturday.
I like the place here. The Cosmo is really nice. Well, that's a good flop. Everything going Marcus's way. It was only a 4 big blind shove, just shy off, so felt obliged to call in the big blind.
More chips for Marcus. Oh, needs to fade 4s. Still outs for Sokol. And a jack diamonds.
Sit open, feature 4.
Lost another. Marcus having the session with the need. So the clock's been paused at 4 minutes 46.
It can't be 4 minutes.
It shouldn't be 4. It shouldn't be paused at 4 minutes and do 4 hands.
I can't hear it. Right, chip raise. Okay, take your chips in just for a wee minute. You are going to purchase them. So it's only 1,000.
Oh, okay.
UKPL 500s, place them in front of you, please.
Is that us?
No. Here's a new one on us. Okay, we're doing a chip race. Okay, never seen this before. But we're always here for something new. So while the chip race is on, with 4 minutes left of the clock which has been paused, I don't know how many hands it's going to be. But at 2 minutes a hand it should be 2. We can show you, well, Jay has just gone for a quick wander for a cup of water. This is what is on for the rest of the week. Thursday, tomorrow, High Roller Day 1 starting at 2 p.m, 50,000 guarantee. There is already a lot of people in Las Vegas. Already, a lot on the circuit have already gone. Because it's day 1 today of the Mystery Millions, which gets a lot of people out there. So, could there be value in Portsmouth? I am not sure, but the High Roller is 50,000 guarantee. That's on tomorrow. We're going to be doing the final day of the voyage, which starts at 12, which means we're on air at 12:20. So that is on for us 12:20, the voyage. It's on a 30-minute clock all the way through tomorrow. We'll give you the full structure and how many people have entered in total and the payouts tomorrow when we get on air. There is day 1A of the main event. Not too sure who from the team will be playing Reading, but I'm guessing it'll be Easty and Josh at least. And anybody else. We've got... we're going to get Lime in the chat from 888, so we'll be on 888 Twitch tomorrow, as well as our channels as well. And then Friday, we've got the main events. We've got the High Roller Day 2, which is what me and Sam will be doing on the Friday. The High Roller Day 2. And then Saturday and Sunday, we'll concentrate on Day 1D, and then Sunday, Crown of Champion of the main event. That is what is going on. But could there be value tomorrow? Because there's a lot of people already heading over the pond. And the High Roller, hopefully it smashes the guarantee. But you just never know. Keep your eyes on the channel and keep your eyes on social media as well. But we'll be crowning the champion on the voyage sometime tomorrow. We'll have all information before we start tomorrow with how many is left and coming back with the full chip count. 800k is probably going to be chip leader. That is for sure. But that's what's coming up on this week. For the rest of the summer, as we know, the next UKPL will be in Edinburgh, 17th till the 22nd of June. So 2 weeks. 2 weeks today. 2 weeks today is Portsmouth, and then 3 weeks today is Edinburgh.
Oh, we got YouTube chat back on Restream. I just realised. Just come through.
How weird is that?
Last 10 minutes of the day.
Ah. There we go.
Last 3 hands.
Last 3 hands. Very nice indeed. Saying good night. Good luck to everybody going to Vegas. Let's have some big wins. Good luck, Gary, when you fly on Friday. Come and say hello tomorrow, you know. We're here tomorrow. And so are you. Come and say hello tomorrow as you're flying on Friday. It's Thursday tomorrow, mate. Rob Adams says, what dates are we going to Vegas? Jay is going on the 16th?
Yes.
16th of June for a month. And I'm going on the 24th, straight after Edinburgh. And coming back on the 13th, potentially the 20th, when I win the main event. That's the plan.
That would be lovely. I'm not sure what Esmail's even thinking about here. Queen Jack off. Come on, sir. Some of us want to go get a good night's kip. Don't need 2 minutes.
In the bin, young man. In the bin. Get them in the bin, young man.
There we go.
There we go.
Penultimate hand of the day.
2 left. Coming back with money is nice. You're not wrong. So ready to rock and roll for the final two. Making day two of the main event would be amazing. Let me just tell you.
Oh, you'll make day two easily. Day two is breeze to a lake. You can not turn up and make day two with your chips in play.
So,
yep.
I'm under the gun. I've got kings.
Yep.
I just make it. What are the blinds start at?
100, I think, or maybe 100.
1, 2.
No, it's 100, 100. It is 100, because it's 500 big blinds.
It's not 100.
It is 100 because it's 500 big blinds deep.
Is it?
Yeah, pretty.
So I make it 200.
Yeah.
Somebody makes it 1,000.
Yeah.
Somebody then says I'm all in.
Someone just fold.
Kings.
Yeah, just fold.
We need a chat.
Main event day. Well, I actually had.
We need a chat.
I had kings into.
Because there will be something like that so stupid.
It's just fold.
It's going to happen on my table.
I had kings into aces first orbit last year. I had 50k to start the hand. After the hand, I had 48k. I lost 2k kings into aces first orbit.
Well, that's playing properly.
Yeah, well, not. It's just playing.
Well, you've got a welder from Illinois who's just on his holidays. He's got 10 grand in his pocket and he just wants to burn them.
Well, if it's someone that you know's burned them and said to the table, like, mate, you threw his shoe off at the dealer that time and was all in blind, then you got a call. But if it's someone that's probably never doing it with other than aces, just fold.
I'd ring you. I'd give you the call. Can I use my phone, please?
Because the thing is, people are so scared of busting, like, the thing, and this is the thing, people are so scared of busting day one that they just don't play anything aggressively, they don't value bet. Like the hand I had, aces versus kings, I opened to like 300, there was a free bet from the big blind, it come a queen board, check, turn, and then he checked me on the river. I bet small, and he called. I bet like 400 chips, and he called, and he span over aces. That was the hand. This is it. People just play all these hands like so passively. Like as soon as it come queen on the flop, mate, it was like, oh, he could have a queen. I just need to knuckle my aces down now the whole way. And this is it. People are just scared of busting tower. As we go into the last hand,
I'm going to be in a scenario. I'll tell you. I'm going to have a GoPro on my head. Live.
Okay. But the thing is, one thing I say, like, if you get dealt kings and you open and someone 3 bets level 1, don't 4 bet them. That's one tip I'll give you. Do not 4 bet. Just play cool.
Thank you.
Simple as that.
Ben says, am I still selling for the main? Yes, I think there's about 10 spots left. 1%, Ben. Yes or no? PK is watching. PK will contact you.
Last hand of the day, and that's Mal's obviously got a booking tomorrow because he can't turn up for day 2, so he's thought last hand of the day I'm just going to rattle in ace 4 off on king 10-9.
Oh, Ben's already in, he says. Yeah, you're in, Ben. Cheers, Ben. You're in. Thank you very much, Ben. Wow, Marcus. Just fold.
Yeah.
Come back with 263,000. He could have Jack Queen. He could be doing it with Jack Queen. He could be doing it with King Queen. He could be doing it with Ace King. Just fold. I know you made a great call against Rabbit, but fold this one, Marcus. Last hand of the night.
Unbelievable shape, but how can we call for this size? 118 into 36k here, so it's literally a 3x pot shove here.
Yeah. Come on, Foghorn, get him in the bin. He wants to call.
Maybe as miles around this way, I think Marcus is a local as well, so if he knows his customer, maybe...
They're going in the bin. And they go in the bin.
Got to show this one.
Show him the S4. Show him. Oh, boo! Boo! Could have shown us. Thanks, Ben. Thank you very much. You are on the list. That's it for the end of the day. Chip counts. Here we go. 73 today for 1C. 25. So 32 and 25. 32, 32, 42, 52, 53, 54, 5, 6, 57. Making it through. I did that.
There we go.
824,000. Guildford Les, Essex Les.
Truro, Les, ain't it?
Truro. Well, one thing is, he's only played the satellite and won another seat.
Let's go, Les. Come all the way from Ipswich, Les.
He's only won 3 satellites this week, by the way.
Well done to Les.
Well done, Les. He has got some credit, by the way. Well done, Les. And Chip leader. Fantastic. Well done, everybody. We're on tomorrow, 12:20. Please come and join us when we crown a champion of the voyage. It is going to be a cracking day. And we've got Lime with us tomorrow and all the giveaways on 888 Poker TV on Twitch and on YouTube. And we'll be on Facebook and everywhere else as well. So it's been a great day. We've got 823,000. What's that name?
What's that?
Does he have to?
Likely. Probability high.
High.
Yeah, highish.
Yeah, 57.
Well, we're going to come back, 50k? There's only 12 million in play, something like that tomorrow. So yeah, he's probably got average for like 13, 14 left right now. So
Sweet.
We will see tomorrow, but
awesome. See you at 12:20 with fun and shenanigans here in Reading. Ta-ta.
Good night.
Nothing wrong with the pen behind you. Oh, how do you spell the rest of that? John what?
It is John Z-A-D-E-H. 100.
Z-A-D-E